Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone?
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome. Happy to have you. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who is right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora right over there.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake's at home.
Afternoon, white people.
Hanging out. If you'd like to join us, do that. 216-578-1007 to get us telephonically. 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send me a text. You can watch, as Bill mentions at the top of the show, at alancockshow.com. Heath Beaverton is back there in the video.
Heath. Good guy. Like Heath.
We're talking about shortened versions of names.
Yes.
And that's one in particular where he made a good move by shortening his first name because his full name's Heatherton Beaverton. And going by Heath, I think is the right move because
it's just a lot of tons.
Yeah, it's confusing to people. I think it sounds, pretension has been a running thread through the show this week. I think Heatherton Beaverton, because you guys accused me of being pretentious.
We didn't.
We didn't accuse you of it. You are. And then we pointed out.
You accused me of being pretentious. And if I had a name like Heatherton Beaverton, I'd go by Heath, too. In fact, I'd go one better. I'd go by Heath Beaver. I'd take out both the tons.
I just go by the Beeve.
The Beeve. They call me the Beeve, not the Heath. Yeah. I'm sure you've seen by now, I've got a bunch of tiny Heath bars in my office fridge.
See,
I hope you've helped yourself to some of those.
It's tough with the Invisalign because I have to take them out and brush and floss and things like Heath bars, which are fantastic. The toffee doesn't come out very easily.
Right.
So that's it's a process I have to commit to. I have eyeballed them.
I just had my dentist appointment today.
How'd it go?
Great. No cavities. I've been flossing well and no problems.
How long had it? See, flossing is the key. I think a lot of people overlook that, so that's very smart.
Well, I have issues, though, because I brushed too hard. And I was afraid that my gums were going to recede. And she's like, no, you're normal for
just
your
age.
Hair. She was like, stop scrubbing.
Oh, Bill.
Well, not so much anymore.
He doesn't want
it's actually looking good with a little length on it.
Are you doing the minoxidil and the finasteride?
Yeah, but I haven't gotten a haircut.
I gotcha.
I don't know how far it's gone.
Yeah, I haven't got one in a while either.
I say let it keep growing. I like it with a little length on it.
You guys are not going to like me when I have my hair long. You don't understand how, frazzled it gets.
The reasons for not liking you, believe it or not, have nothing to do with the length of your hair. So I think you can probably just don't worry about that at all.
And it's going to take so long because, this is what, 2-3 months growth you have on it, and it's not that long
not
yet.
that long.
Okay, so maybe a month. Just let it grow out for a little bit.
Ugh, I hate it.
It looks good right now.
Why? Because it's annoying?
Yes, and it's curly. I have no control over it. This is just how it goes.
But that's the beauty of it. That's the fun part.
I don't like it.
My hair's straight, so when I grow it out, it just goes down. It doesn't go out.
Yeah, right now Alan looks like an emo kid.
Kind of.
Because I just didn't do it.
Swoop
My hair's just getting longer, so I'm just tired of doing things, trying to make it do something. So I'm like, I don't care.
I got these little nappy things on the back of my neck.
We got that's called taco meat. We got 6 shows left. Who am I trying to impress? I don't care.
I didn't say it looks bad. I actually kind of like it like this.
So
it looks less pretentious.
Hey, mark that one down. One stroke for less pretentious.
You look like the cool uncle who would like smoke weed in the garage with the cousins.
That doesn't make you cool, Mary. That makes you irresponsible.
I didn't say children.
Around children.
I said cousins. I'm 30, and I have a cool uncle who smokes weed with us in the garage.
Okay.
He's just in his 60s. That's all.
I don't have any. Granted, I don't have a huge extended family, but I don't have. I don't have like cousins that I smoke weed with or anything. I never had anything like that. Weed. Never had anything like that.
I have it on my mom's side because she has like 8 brothers and sisters and they all have kids. Whereas on my dad's side, he has 2 brothers and a sister, but he's the only one who had kids. I don't have any cousins on my dad's side. So my mom's side, I have a few that are getting into it. And I think I told this story that last year at Christmas, we get together every year at my aunt's house for Christmas Eve. And I brought edibles, and I found out that a lot of my aunts and uncles were also eating edibles. And I was like, get out. They're like, oh, yeah, so-and-so just made a batch of brownies the other week and brought them over. I'm like, oh, my God. Because I know it's like getting more accepted and stuff that. But
my
they
wife,
have like their medical cards and stuff. I'm like,
yeah, there was pot cookies at my wife's extended family Christmas last year. And one of her aunts ate one and didn't realize or hadn't read the sign. And so she sat out on the deck for 4 hours and stared at the lake. And I was like, she okay?
Calms me.
But I mean, I'm the only person in my family. Like, my parents don't drink. My mom would drink once a year on New Year's Eve. She'd have a couple of scotches. My dad would like maybe have a beer if he was playing poker with his pals or something. But I smoke pot, as a teenager or whatever. My middle brother was way into drinking. So he didn't smoke pot. Mm-hmm. There was still that thing where it was like, oh, pot. I'm going to go drink a case of beer. That kind of thing, right? Mm-hmm. My youngest brother got heavily into cocaine. So, smoking pot was certainly not on his radar. That was the devil's weed. Brother. Sure. Worked out great. Nevertheless.
You're smoking the gateway drug that leads to the drugs that they're doing.
They just jumped over the gateway.
Right.
So, yeah.
I don't need no gate.
I got a key.
Yeah.
They're like, you're not going to get into that, are you? Want to do a bump? No, thank you. I'm good. I'm just fine.
Gonna take a bump.
Don't like things in my nose.
Our family's finally getting to the point where we have substances at like family get-togethers because most of the kids have left the church, but it's still like done in the shadows. Like last year when we were in Vegas, we had the Mormon house and then we had the fun house.
Yeah.
And so like we were in like this little compound and so like
that's lit.
My mom would just see me walking out with an empty cup and she's like, where are you going? I'm like, you know where I'm going.
Right, don't ask questions.
Yeah,
Come on.
You want the answer? I'll tell you the answer, but I know you don't want
break
the
your
answer.
heart.
So what happens in the Mormon house?
Nothing. It's
Prayer.
boring.
Nothing.
Yeah, everyone's
no Cards Against Humanity, anything like that?
No.
Apples to apples.
No
Alan.
exploding kittens.
We were playing games over there, but like I would definitely like they didn't want any of the booze kept in that house, so I'd have to go over to the other house and get stuff, and then come back, and then we'd play games and stuff.
Well, they're
together.
just trying to keep things on the up and up, right? They're not chastising you for going to the fun house.
No.
They're just like, we don't want any of that demon liquid in this. Right. We don't want that in here. I gotcha.
And also with the way my nephews are, they just be like, what's this? And then like they're all like young kids, they just start drinking random drinks and then they all be drunk. So I get it, yeah.
We FaceTimed my son last night. He's at Michigan State.
20 years old.
He turned 20.
He's so goddamn tall.
I know, and he keeps getting taller, and I don't know, like both of my older kids are like taller. My daughter's not taller than I am, but she will be. My son's like 6'3". I'm like, I'm not tall for a guy. I'm just shy of 6 feet. My ex-wife's certainly not tall. I'm like, I don't know where you got it. I'm glad you did. Mm-hmm. Really glad you did. I'd love to be that tall. But anyway.
Yeah, you post that picture of him, and he's just like, he's a man.
Yes, he's a full-on man. And I told him last night we were talking to him, I go, I kind of forget now that he's 20, and even when he was 19, like he's living in a house with his friends off campus, right? It's all remote classes, so nobody's going anywhere. But I forgot he's not going home for Christmas. No, that's not a thing now. Like this is his house. So he's like, so he went to see the ex and my daughter, and he had dinner with them, I guess, but went back because he had like Zoom classes or something. So we FaceTimed him last night, and I had clearly gotten him in the middle of something. I go, hey, what are you doing? And he goes, oh, we're playing some games and having some whiskey sours. I'm like, okay, well, here's your sister.
Sours.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Because, again, they're all in this house and they're not really going places.
Yeah.
So they're having, like, cocktail nights where they're making weirdo, whatever kids do in college now. I don't know. You got to make...
because of Corona, though.
Well, yeah, it is. They're not
Well,
going
they would've
anywhere.
been at a
they're not going
bar.
They got to
bars
make
and
their
stuff
own
like that,
fun
yeah.
and their own drinks. Yeah. So
And it's just them. It's not like they're having people over. It's
Right.
just them.
Yeah, there's 7
I
of
imagine
them.
he's very responsible in that house.
they all are. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's in it with a good group, so
Right.
I don't worry about that. But so anyway, but it was just weird because I was like, oh, well, we just want to say happy birthday. We don't want to keep you or whatever, So we talked for a few minutes and it was fine. But I was like, yeah, he's doing this
Yeah.
stuff now.
Like
Being
when
an adult.
when I met him at your wedding, he was. That was a while ago now. So he was just a little kid.
He was 12.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
and now him being like 20 years old and so goddamn tall. I'm like, man, that's crazy how fast that happened.
It's wild. Yeah. Okay, let me take a break, and if you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Send me a text, 35192, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
The end of the model.
probably get you some information over here.
Whatever smart device you have, just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Remember these guys?
Yeah, but who are they?
It'll come to you. This was not their big hit. This was their follow-up song.
What was their big
called Still Frame. Their big song was called Headstrong.
Oh, Headstrong. I know that one.
You remember the band, though?
Yeah.
The band's called Trapped.
Yeah.
Right.
But how's it spelled?
Not with a P-P-E-D like you'd think, but with a T to set themselves apart, right? Anyway, these guys have been the target of some mockery for the better part of the year because I remember when, in the very early days of the lockdown, the pandemic, whatever you want to call it, we did a couple of shows from Bill's apartment because we didn't know what the hell was going on. And that was the day that the Trapped thing really kind of blew up on Twitter, that the front man for this band was like a full-on super Trumpy QAnon type of dude, just really, really strange, out of the blue. This wasn't like at the end of a lockdown year where you're not touring and you're not recording and you're pissed and you're bored or whatever. This was at the very beginning, so this had been in the works for the dude or whatever. MMS still plays Headstrong. Still play that song all the time. But the frontman for this band, to the great detriment of, I can only assume, the other members of the band, you would think if this guy spent more time like writing and recording new music, that his time might be better put to use. But I got a letter from Melanie, who's a big fan of the show, and she attached a screenshot. And she goes, hey, I thought this would pique your interest. Myself and a bunch of other users on Twitter got the official Trapped Twitter account suspended because their singer was posting about pedophilia.
Oh my goodness.
And that's in violation of their terms of service. And so I read what she sent me, and for half a second, this guy sends out a tweet. It's at Trapped Official, but it's the front man who's putting out all the tweets. So clearly, the other guys in the band are either on board with what he's doing, which I can't imagine,
or they have no control over the Twitter.
Well, or they haven't been able to get through to this guy and go, dude, you are destroying whatever we've still got out there, right? And this guy, the Trap Front man, he was responding to someone. It was a reply. A 15-year-old male and a 25-year-old female is not pedophilia, you effing moron, is what he wrote. And then he's got things like, if you idiots could cancel me, you would have already been able to.
Weird hill to die on.
Really weird hill to die on. So, but my initial response was, I think he's right. Semantically and technically, but I had to do a little bit of research, and he's not right. I was thinking,
isn't it 16 age of consent?
You're pretty close. Well, it's not even age of consent. I thought that legally pedophilia was different from other things because it was people who were messing around with really little kids, like single-digit kids. So I Wikipedia'd it, and
I wouldn't want that on my computer.
Research, Poundcake, clearly.
I know.
But a person must be at least 16 years old and at least 5 years older. But again, it involves like prepubescent kids, whatever. That's what's diagnosed as pedophilia. That the cutoff age is 13. So his point, again, to Bill's point, a really weird hill to die on, that you're going to do that. So Melanie and a bunch of other people apparently got the Trapped official Twitter account suspended. So listen, if you were following them either for a good larf or because you still really love the band Trapped, and I wouldn't put that past some people. You know, I know everybody probably had a Trapped phase.
At least he's, true to his music. He is very headstrong.
Whether
he's right or wrong, he is headstrong.
That's right.
He'll take on anyone.
He'll take on anyone, clearly. He's walking the walk.
Even if you're underage.
Even if you're underage. So the headlines range from Trapped's Twitter account has finally been suspended to suspended after frontman defends statutory rape. I guess that was the beginning of the whole thing, but whatever.
Head on over to Parlor.
Yeah.
If you want to see what's going on with Trapped.
Go find us over there, but you got to feel for the other guys. At this point, I don't even know, honestly, if they're still a band. It could be this guy on an island. He just calls whoever he puts together after all this, he'll just call it Trapped. But I posted a Throwback Thursday a few weeks back when I was on the air in Pittsburgh. A station was called The X, and we did a big festival every summer called XFest. And one year, it was probably, I'd have to go back and look at the picture, but I think it was 2004. And, you know, it would be the bands that were big at that time. And we would have them all come through. And it was a big old festival. 2003. Okay, so it was Stained, Evanescence. I mean, festivals for radio stations are a snapshot of obviously what's hot right then.
Yeah.
Right? Godsmack and Trapped, I put. And I said it was a great year even with Trapped there. We had a couple bands that would invariably bail the day of the show. Trapped wasn't one of them. But that was the thing that got people locked in on that Throwback Thursday picture, which was not a picture of the band, right? But we had talked about Trapped in such pejorative terms for so long because of this goofy Chris Brown is the guy's name, ironically. You know, so not only
That's
is he
a bad name.
he's already in bad company with that name. They're a band out of Los Gatos, California, which, if you know your Spanish, is Spanish for the Gatos. And so they've put out a whole bunch of albums, but they had one hit 18 years ago. You know, they put out an album this year.
That's what it was. It was promo earlier in the year.
What a
That's
weird
what
way
they
to
were
get people
doing.
to pay attention to you. I mean, there's
no such thing as bad publicity.
But I mean, there is though.
Defending statutory rape.
I think that axiom is long gone. The whole there's no such bad thing as bad press. That was back when you had to fight to get people to pay attention to you. Now anyone can pay attention to you at any time they want. So like if you were, I got a movie coming out, I got to do some, they'd have the studio press agent. There wasn't even the celebrity that was there talking about the movie. They would send the press agent from the studio out. Now you can get attention anytime, anywhere.
And there is definitely bad attention.
Absolutely there's bad attention,
if
bad
you get
press.
kicked off of Twitter for defending statutory rape, that's bad attention.
There is a whole Wikipedia page, well, there's a whole section, big one, on their Wikipedia page dedicated to social media use and all the trouble that they've gotten themselves into.
You say that XFest was in 2004?
It can be deleted, though.
Well, we did it every year. That one, I think, was 2003.
Okay.
But I mean, this guy, he blamed George Floyd for his own death, that kind of thing. This guy really goes in hard.
Headstrong.
He's headstrong.
He's headstrong, Alan.
There you go.
He lives the way he sings.
Right.
Poorly.
Because I know they had a video before the Rona, they had a video of them playing one of these festivals, and it didn't look like there were a lot of people there. And so people were like, ha, 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 Trapped. And this guy goes nuclear on social media. He's like, this was at the beginning of the day, and there weren't that many people, and it wasn't us. Fake media. Yeah, that's that whole thing. So you can kind of see how bad press in the age of social media will kind of radicalize you if you're already that way. If you can't just roll with the punches.
Yeah.
Because you're like, we've been putting out music, how come nobody cares? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's still Trapped fans. But anyway, Melanie wrote me and
he does
took a certain amount of credit for having the Trapped official Twitter account suspended.
He does like to bring up on a regular basis that, like, we still get a lot of plays on Spotify.
Oh, that's right.
Which they do. It's that, like, Headstrong has 230 million plays on Spotify. So
there you go.
And then the next most popular song has 14 million. And
230 million.
Yeah.
I mean,
or 15 million, I'm sorry.
Their list of former members is way longer than their list of current members. So there have been a lot of people that have circled through that band and been like, ooh, this might not be for me. There's only two guys, him and another guy, who have been there since day one. But I mean, he's been doing this. He didn't just start doing this overnight. He's been doing this for a while. On Facebook, years ago, he'd make fun of people for watching the Kardashians or whatever. So, whatever,
But that seems more
he's clearly
in the lane.
He's been that guy for a while.
Making fun of people for watching the Kardashians as like the lead singer of a metal band, like that makes sense. But like when you start getting into this territory, then you're like, okay, what are you doing, man?
Right. I mean, he called other people. He called homophobic slurs and things like that. So you can reveal yourself pretty.
They
easily.
have a gig scheduled, Trapped, acoustic.
Oh, boy.
February 11th.
You know, I'd love to hear that song, but I don't want it plugged in. I'd like you to take the best parts of that song and remove them.
A nice soft version of Headstrong.
Head soft is what they're calling it. Hello, who's this?
Hey, this is Red from Oakwood Village.
Hey, man, how are you?
Doing all right. Yeah, Trapped has been a punching bag for YouTube users for quite a while now. I guess they had some trouble when they took some photos of the stage when they were playing at Sturgis.
Yeah, that's probably what I was... Yeah, I couldn't think of the festival, but that's probably it. And it didn't look like there were that many people there.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
But also, they've easily brought... This guy has brought it on himself, too. There are plenty of bands that don't draw the way they used to. You know, we played a clip years ago of Smash Mouth, and they were like, people were throwing bread at them. Because I don't know if they were at a farmer's market or what they were doing, you know. And it's like, if you've had a couple of hits, you roll the punches, man. You go, look, we're still getting paid to do gigs, and it's not 1995 anymore, but hey, we're still living our lives, and we're a touring band, and what's the problem? Who cares, man?
Yeah, I mean, at least Smash Mouth was making dough that day, right?
Hey!
I like that. Good job.
All right.
Thank you. Hey-o. Alan, it's not pedophilia, it's ephebophilia. I mean, what? Never mind. That's the text. Alan, drinking is the gateway drug. The only time I ever want blow is when I've been drinking. I've never smoked a joint and thought, let's get some Coke. Well, I'll take your word for it. I will say, though, I was reading about this teacher who is suing her school. This is about an hour outside Allentown, basically between Allentown and Philly. When I saw it was in Pennsylvania, I assumed it was smack dab in the middle of the Keystone State, but it's about equidistant from Philly and Allentown. And this woman, who is the principal of an elementary school, is suing the school district because she was fired for putting a bunch of like anti-Joe Biden memes on Facebook. And I think she should sue them for that.
Yeah.
I don't know what her performance was like. She could be, you know, making this all about the Biden things, and they go, look, it's got nothing to do with that. But if that had something to do with it, you should be able to say what you want to say. I mean, I know she's a principal for a school, and I get that whole thing, and I don't know. It seems
one of those
weird.
things where there are, you know, there's anti-Joe Biden memes, but then there's ones that go way too far, and it just depends on what she was posting. Like, if she's not a fan of Joe Biden, and she can post those. But if they're, you know, going too far, then she's going to have to answer that because she's a public figure working in that position.
It's not a smart move, but I feel like that's a situation where I have a case. She said she'd rather vote for a potato than Joe Biden.
Well, that's just, I mean, that's crazy. A potato, is it 35 years old?
That's all you need, constitutionally. Yes. That's all you need. A 35-year-old spud. Looks just like Pete Buttigieg. So, a Redskin, or, I know that's not politically correct, or...
Washington football potato.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm so sorry to anyone that I might have hurt. So, she's suing to get her job back, which was paying her a lot of money. Several of the postings were conspiracy theories, while others, because again, people just can't keep it to themselves. They just got to get on and it always seems to be Facebook. Twitter will jam you up if you're a certain demographic, but it's always these older demographic types that get screwed because of what they paste on Facebook. Because they're just passing these things around. Look what you're never going to believe this, that kind of thing. She'd been working for the school district for 20 years, and she was, I guess, relatively liked. But the school board said that she had resigned. The principal said that was not true. Amy Sachs. It's tough to get sacked when your name is Sachs. But, she wants $500,000 for the emotional turmoil. And I'm always, I'm sure a lawyer tells you what you should ask for. There's no way to really figure out what your emotional turmoil is worth. You just throw a dart at a board and figure you'll get what you can get. But she wants her job back and $500,000 for emotional turmoil, saying that her First Amendment rights have been violated.
But that's not the First Amendment.
Not how the First Amendment works. And it always bums me out that an educator is not aware of that. Nevertheless, she's out there and saying that she should get some money, and get her job back.
One of my high school teachers was a Holocaust denier. So, not just because they're teachers doesn't
What
mean...
did he or she teach?
Hopefully biology, I think.
Biology.
I'm almost positive she was my biology teacher.
And she was a Holocaust denier?
She
When would that even come up?
Well, she didn't like talk about, and honestly, I don't even know if that was the truth.
Well, I was going to say, how did you know?
That was the rumor that went around, was that she didn't believe in the Holocaust, and everyone
I had a
was
science
like,
teacher.
Good.
I had a science teacher that physically told the whole class he didn't believe in dinosaurs. He said he doesn't believe that they don't exist.
Did your mom come in for show and tell and describe her her experience with a velociraptor?
No, but he said he believes that they don't exist.
And what was his? I mean, there's a lot of evidence to support the belief in dinosaurs.
I pushed back on that. I was like, but there's skeletons. And he's like, yeah, well,
And he said what? He goes, yeah. Was he a Jesus guy? Is that what it was?
I think so, but he never said that. I think he was alluding to the fact that the Bible would never mention.
What the hell does the Bible have to do with science class?
I don't know, but he didn't say it was because of his faith. He just said he doesn't believe that they existed.
And I assume every hand in the class went up.
Well, I was trying to have a conversation with him, but he didn't explain it. He didn't elaborate.
Right, but why did he even bring it up then?
Because we were discussing fossils.
And he said, we're going to discuss something that I don't believe in.
I'm teaching you this because I have to.
Not because I believe it.
One of those things.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there are all kinds of teachers who teach things they don't believe in, but there's this thing called facts that get in the way. So he said, so today we're going to learn about fossils. I think this is all nonsense. I don't believe that dinosaurs were a thing.
I forget how it all played out, but he just said, yeah. He was like, dinosaurs. He was like, I just don't believe that they ever existed.
That they ever existed.
I said, they're skeletons. There's fossils. They're in museums. He's like, yeah, but I just don't think they ever existed.
But this is why I'm so anti-intellectual thinking, because then people like this get a job as a science teacher.
He's a science teacher, yep.
Yeah, and that's just not okay.
Well, eventually you're going to lose your job as a science teacher because word's going to get around. Hey, Mr. Johnson is teaching us fossils, but he said that dinosaurs weren't a thing. And they're going to bring him in, and he's going to go,
but then people
he's either going to lie about it.
Well, you have to respect my beliefs. No, we don't. We don't have to respect a belief that is that dumb.
Well, listen, there's a difference between what you believe and what is, and you're there to teach.
Right.
Any teacher is not there to teach their beliefs. They're there to teach the science.
The curriculum, yeah.
The curriculum, as it's laid out. It's like the pharmacist who's got a problem with the morning after pill, right? Mm-hmm. Well, okay, fine, but you still have to prescribe it to people. You're here to do your job.
They don't have to prescribe it. They just have to fill the prescription.
Well,
or they
you know
give
what
it to people, but it's also...
You can go home and put all your nonsense on Facebook, whatever you want to do, right? But I'm standing here in front of you waiting for my prescription, and your job is to give it to me.
Trying to keep something from happening. So give me that pill. Time is of the essence.
Time. We're burning daylight, lady. Hello, who's this?
Yo, what up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Joe?
A live call.
Hey, all right, first off, Poundcake, fossils are not actual bones. Okay, they're what's left over from the bones as they were compressed over time. All right, so let's just get that out of the way.
Okay.
But my real point is...
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
It's a skeleton.
He's been saying bones for like 2 weeks now, and I'm like, come on, man.
Joe, he says a lot of things. Fossils. A lot of words come out of Poundcake's mouth, but we still have to live our lives.
They're skeletons.
True. Did you guys see that video that was floated out there maybe 2-3 weeks ago of a Zoom meeting between a parent and a teacher? And the parent was essentially scolding the teacher for basically teaching about the election, the electoral
Yeah, I played the audio.
college.
Yes, I saw that.
Oh, you played the audio?
Yeah.
That was so cringeworthy to hear that woman just, like, berate the teacher. And the teacher's like, lady, like, this is how it works.
That's why teachers are desperate to get kids back in class, because they're like, when I have the class, it's just the kid. It's not the parent or the grandparent hovering just out of frame.
Telling them it's wrong.
Swooping in when I don't even know they're there and yelling at me. And yeah.
It's so tough. Like, I get it because I've coached kids, and I have to, like, coach the parent as well as coach the kid at the same time. and you're like, look, to shut up, you're paying me to teach your kid or coach your kid. How about you just let me do my job, and you sit onto the side and you do your job after I'm done with the 2-3 hours.
Yeah, they're treating you like you're there to supplement whatever they're doing, when in fact it's quite the opposite. No, listen, the first job I ever had was an umpire for T-ball, and it was fantastic because I could have adults scream in my face and then I could throw them off the diamond. I was 15. It was the best. I'd be like, scream all you want. I'm kicking your ass out of here. Because this is goddamn T-ball.
It's T-ball.
And if you knew what you were doing, you'd be in my spot.
Debbie, you're out. Leave the orange slices.
That's right. All right, thank you, Joe. Godspeed out there in Philadelphia. I've got to take a break. If you are on hold, I will get you on the way back. If you want to shoot a text in the break here, 35192.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Don't tell Mary I had that same teacher that she had in high school who thought the Holocaust was made up. She looked like Lord Farquaad from Shrek.
I always said Edna Moulds from The Incredibles. They look the same.
There you go. She legitimately did not believe that the Holocaust happened.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people have tried to square that circle, too, by saying, you'll hear people go, well, I don't think it was as bad as they say. They don't want to go a full-on denier. They figure that gives them a little bit of wiggle room. They'll go, I don't think it was as bad as they say. It's like, watch some of those documentaries where there are, like, piles of rings as high as a human, Pretty wild. Hi, who's this? Whoop, hold on, sorry. Hello, who's this?
Hi, my name is Marie, and I wanted to talk to you guys about one of the teachers that I had in high school who was a science teacher.
Yeah.
Who battled my father, who's a scientist. It was ugly.
Tell us all about it.
That happened to me in high school, too. You tell your story.
Okay. So I went to a local Catholic school, Magnificat. I don't know if you know it.
It's a Catholic girls' school, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Catholic school, and they taught us, how men and women came into this world, Adam and Eve, and, the whole more like Christian side of it. Well, my father, being a scientist, was more of like, no, we came from monkeys, and we, time over time, we became what we know of as now as a, modern man and woman, that type of stuff. So I had to do a book report. It was a book that I chose called Lucy. It was about the first, like, modern...
Australopithecus.
Human. Yes. And so my dad didn't do it for me. He definitely helped guide me because, it was an intense book for a ninth grader. But I went ahead. I did all the work. I worked extremely hard. Got my final grade a C-. So, I come home upset to my dad. Like, I don't understand. Why did I get the C-? I did everything I had to do. So my father, extremely quiet, mild-mannered, like, scientific man, he went up there in a storm of, like, rage, like I'd never seen. And, he was like, Murray, you need to sit in the hallway. And I'm like, no, I want to go in. He's like, sit in the hallway. And I'm like, okay, never mind. But I didn't have to.
I don't want you to see Daddy like this.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, my God, my dad. So I could hear them, and my dad, she worked hard on it. I don't understand why, why do you? And she was like saying, this is not how, man and woman came to be, Adam and Eve. And she was talking about the religious aspect. And my dad is like, why are you a science teacher? He's like, if you're not going to teach science properly. And then, she's like, well, what do you do for a living? And he's like, well, I'm a chemical engineer and I'm a scientist. And then they started like bickering back and forth about who's a better scientist. It was like
who's a better scientist? I was going to go with the chemical engineer.
Well, but at the beginning of the story, I thought you were going to say something else. I'm like, because I went to Catholic school too, and I'm like, if you go to Catholic school, you can't be arguing with them over the Adam and Eve stuff. But I get where you're coming from there. I remember my senior physics class was an honors physics class. I had no business being in that class at all. But since I was in the honors track, I got in there. So I was having a terrible time in this physics class. Trouble was, everybody else in this class who were crazy smart, they were having a hard time too. So I thought, oh, maybe it's not me. Maybe I'm not that stupid in physics. Maybe it's the teacher. Every kid thinks it's a teacher. But if you're in a room with really smart kids and they're flailing...
Yeah.
Probably the teacher. Yeah.
There was a parent.
That happened to me in college, but in chemistry.
There was a parent-teacher conference.
Every single one of us failed.
Yeah, there was a parent-teacher conference, and my dad goes in, and he walks up and sees what my physics teacher had written on the blackboard, and he goes, this is all wrong, right? And my dad goes up and starts fixing the equation on the thing, and she's standing there looking at him, and he's like, that's why everybody in this class isn't doing that well, because you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Now, needless to say, it did not improve my grade. It turned out I really did suck in that class, but all the other kids, they started to figure out what was what and did a little bit better. But I forgot to ask her, didn't Magnificat have a coach a few years ago that was putting his fingers where they shouldn't be? I thought Magnificat was getting in some kind of trouble.
Nah, I don't know. I mean, that's probably most places.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Leslie.
Hi, Leslie.
How are you?
Good.
I was just going to say, is this WMMS?
Yeah, you're on the air, Leslie. What can I do for you?
Okay. Oh, I was a teacher for 35 years, But also, when I was in grade school, the gym teacher, we played a game outside, and if you lost, you had to stand in a row. And so this boy had a crush on loss, so I said, okay, I'll lose too because he did. So then he lined us in the gym class against the wall and have all the other kids throw basketballs at our head and body.
If you can catch a wrench, you can catch a ball. Dodge a wrench.
No, we had to face the wall.
Oh,
jeez.
And they threw balls against our head, and we'd hit our head against the wall and our bodies. It was horrible. I just can't believe I ever did it. I don't think I ever told anybody about it until years later, but that gym teacher should have been fired.
Wow. If only you'd had the moxie to do it then, Leslie.
But that was also in 1963 or so.
Yeah.
So that was a long
a little bit of a
ago.
different time.
Yes.
Do you remember what game you were playing? That
we were playing like kickball.
Okay.
And if we got out, we had to go, and it was just awful.
But you lived to tell the tale, Leslie.
Oh yes, I did.
All right, thank you, dear.
I became a good teacher because of that.
There you go. See, she passed it on to her.
There it is.
Congratulations. Alan honors physics sounds awfully pretentious to me. All right, you son of a bitch.
But he was bad at it, so...
Yes!
So that's not pretentious.
What do you want
it
from
makes
me?
it less pretentious because you're bad
right.
at it.
Thank you.
I was in AP Physics.
And you probably did great.
I did great.
God, I sucked.
Well,
I barely got out of there. I mean, I barely got out of there with a C.
It was...
Oh, yeah? Well, I took geometry 3 times.
Oh, interesting.
See, those I was good at. Geometry, trig, stats, all those I was great. Physics, boy, I could not get my head around it.
I really don't know if I was good at it or not.
Physics is math. That's why I was so good at it. Is because
well, those are all math. It was just there were some forms of math that I was good at. Physics, I could not get my head around.
Because our AP Calc teacher and our AP Physics teacher would make sure we were learning kind of the same thing at the same time because there was a lot of crossover between the two.
I mean, there are things that I remember that I probably could not apply. But because I studied so much in those classes, a lot of classes I didn't study that much.
Yeah.
Physics, I was constantly, and my dad would watch me doing homework and he'd go, let me show you this.
Yeah,
and he'd write it down because he's teaching statics and dynamics, all this kind of stuff to engineers. I'm like, Dad, I don't get the Bernoulli principle and F equals MA. And I mean, fine. I don't apply them in my real life. Or do I? And I just don't know it. I bet that's the case. I learned a lot. Listen, over the years, I learned a lot more listening to Car Talk than I did from Miss Pine in AP Physics.
Well, that's like with geometry. As soon as I go out and work with my dad and have to do stuff like that, doing, manual labor, like there's a lot of geometry in that. And I figured that all out because it was like there. Like you were seeing the results of it as you did it.
Plus, you crazy kids now, you get your phone, you can put right in there. We didn't have that. Graphing calculators was as exciting as it got for us.
Think you're going to have a calculator with you your whole life? Well, actually, it's going to be way better.
Little did you know, Dad, I have one in my telephone.
My high school math teacher, he put a jock to rest right in front of the whole class because he pulled the whole when am I ever going to use this in life type of thing.
Yeah.
And I think he was either a football player or a wrestler, and he was like, well, okay, so when you are playing football, he goes, you do weight training, right? You go and you do push-ups and you do bench presses. He's like, you're not going to go out in the middle of the field and start doing push-ups, but those things make you stronger so that you can apply yourself in a different way. He's like, this way of thinking and problem solving, even if you aren't going to be a mathematician one day, is going to make your brain stronger so that you can apply it in different ways. And everyone was like, oh, it felt like one of those scenes in a movie where the teacher finally gets through to the kids, and
he turned the chair backwards and sat down on it.
Let me put it in terms you'll understand.
Right. It was a cool moment though.
Coolio singing in the background. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there anytime you like. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Caleb, and Kent. I'm a podcast listener. I'm listening to the Friday show. And you guys are talking about the implants. I had an old neighbor who was probably in her mid-80s, and she was stacked. But you can never totally tell until we unfortunately found out that she had the original silicone implants that were leaking, and I think it's what inevitably led to her death. So, every 10 years, get the old tune-up. Hate the show. Bye.
Areola.
Yeah, if you're an old lady with old implants, that is no bueno. Imagine if you had to tell people that your grandmother died from leaky implants.
Ugh.
How did Nana go? Well, you know how she had them triple G's and had to order those custom bras? They ended up leaking into her body cavity and getting into all around her vital organs and her viscera. And, oh, boy. Well, anyway, I've still got the box with her Christmas cookie recipes in it. So she's not completely out of our hearts and minds.
Get the squishy ones. If you're going to get them.
I for a second thought you were talking about
Christmas cookies or the
yes!
implants?
I was
No,
like,
implants,
squishy
implants.
cookies.
No.
Come
Whatever
on.
you do, get the squishy cookies. They're so good. They'll melt in your mouth.
I have a real soft spot for those just terrible sugar cookies. That they're tiny little circles, and they just have like the tree on them, and you can eat 45 of them because they're so small. I love those terrible cookies. I think they're Pillsbury something, but
okay.
You don't need to
And
fancy
I
me
have
up
a soft spot for squishy boobs.
Yeah. Sugar cookie
Kind of
is
a
my
hard spot,
cam girl
actually.
name.
Is it?
Hey, who's this?
Hey, it's Bill here, Alan. You hear me?
Yes, what's up?
Yeah, hi. Hey, your Empire story sparked a memory. If you get to throw a parent out one day, I was umpiring a euchre for 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds, and one parent would not leave the backstop area. So, okay, here I go. I get to throw them out. So the arms go up, call timeout, wave over, both managers. And loud enough for everybody to hear, I tell them, hey, that guy has to go down the street, sit in his car, or leave. Otherwise, this kid's team forfeits, they lose. Everybody goes home, and I'm just feeling good for you.
Matt, I'm sorry, you're cutting out. I gotta let you go
Yeah,
there.
his phone was a little,
I can't,
garbly.
I can't play him off. Can't understand a thing there. So sorry.
It's Brian. What's up?
In this place with a new set of eyes can make you feel lost.
I wish Ryan would do a homegrown version of Dog on the Road for us. The classic AC/DC track. Hello, who's this?
Hey, it's Sean.
Sean, how are you?
I'm all right.
Okay.
So, since you're all trading stories about crazy teachers in high school, we had a guy my junior year who was the only teacher who came to school every day in a jacket and tie. Hung around the cafeteria during all of his free periods, never went into the teacher's lounge, and honestly, we didn't think anything of him. He didn't return our senior year, and a few months in, our biology teacher, who was a real character and liked to cause trouble, brings in an article from, this was at Beechwood in the late 80s, he brings in an article from the Chagrin Valley News-Herald that this teacher had been arrested a day or two before at the Baker Square Pie Shop.
Any story that involves Baker Square, I'm all in, boy.
Well,
because you've implicitly set the time and the place and the era.
So they got him coming up with his own whipped cream.
Uh-huh.
But the clincher was that he had been arrested a few weeks earlier at a Dunkin' Donuts for doing the same thing. And I remember to this day the article said he was arrested. He was led out by police officers in a state of arousal.
They're like, he had a boner right there in the parking lot. Yeah. So this guy was turned on by pastries is the takeaway here.
So, yeah. And this is years before American Pie, too. So,
right. So they stole that whole screenplay from this guy, probably.
I think so. He's got a definite lawsuit. Yep.
Wow. And so he was done from that point on at the school.
Yeah, well, he hadn't been rehired that year, but he obviously, I don't think he ever taught anywhere again. And he had been a French and I think Latin teacher.
Wow.
And
Vinnie, Vici. I came, I saw, I cranked one off. I was going to ask if he had ever popped up again, as it were, in the teaching profession, but I guess not.
We left our French teacher that morning a gift on her desk because we knew they were all the teachers were talking about it. They actually got angry at the one teacher who told us about it. Don't tell the kid.
Sure.
So we walked in and left our French teacher a gift. She came in and there was a glazed donut with a cream-filled eclair stuffed through the middle of it.
Oh, my God.
Kids are so subtle. That's what I like about high school humor. It's so subtle.
She took one look at that thing, started laughing hysterically, walked out the door, came back about 3 minutes later and said, I can't go on, leave, we're done for today.
She's
we
like,
all just walked out.
Sacre bleu, au revoir. Yeah, right. Sacre bleu. Okay, thank you, Sean. There's Sean with a great story of a masturbating teacher. Those are the kind you like to hear. Boy, I'll tell you what, your girl Melissa Carone is still out there trying to let everybody know she was not drunk.
It's just what she sounds like.
This is the lady who was out there with Rudy Giuliani, who has the coronavirus, out there with that Jenna Ellis, one of these other alleged lawyers who's also got the coronavirus. And Melissa Carone, the virus, is, at least as of now, negative. But she gave an exclusive interview to Inside Edition. I'm sure she turned down all of the other requests from higher profile outlets and sat down with Inside Edition to refute this story that she was drunk in her testimony, which everyone's heard. SNL parodied it, and now she's responding to those allegations.
What did you think of the portrayal of yourself on SNL?
I loved it. I think she did a great job. I think it was very funny. She looked just like me.
There's a lot of people who are saying some not so nice things about you.
I'm sure she loved it.
Yeah, right.
She's got to make it sound like she's totally cool with it and everything.
Speculating that you may have been drinking at the hearing.
I signed something saying that if I'm wrong, I can go to prison. Okay. Did you? I wasn't drunk. I mean, did you? I wasn't drunk. I mean, I would swear under oath that I wasn't drunk.
Are you hurt by some of the things that people are saying about you?
Absolutely not. No, I'm not hurt. That's my personality.
By the way, isn't that worse?
Not being drunk?
Not being drunk. Right. I wasn't drunk. I'm just stupid. Yeah. Right. I'd be like,
you know, something crazy.
I had a couple to take the edge off. It got away from me. I'm so...
No, you see, I wasn't drunk because I have like a real high tolerance for it, and it's like what would make a regular person drunk. What make a regular person drunk would be like 1/2 of a drink for me.
I can go all day.
You know, but me ever heard of a rally party?
I had one of those right before my testimony.
No, I'm not hurt. That's my personality.
Now there is
God, that Michigan accent. God damn. My wife, Michigan born and bred, she does not sound like this. She's got little tweaks here and there. I'll give her a hard time for. You know, everybody's got
What's
a little
the Ohio accent?
Who knows? The Ohio accent is Michigan sucks. That's the Ohio accent.
Oh wait.
Actually, Polk did a good video on the Cleveland accent where it's, you know, just little things.
It's probably just a mishmash of it, but once you get to the Midwest, it's
the way
just
you say your
versions of everything else.
No, I'm not hurt. That's my personality.
Now there is growing concern that last week's election hearing in Michigan may turn into a super spreader event after Rudy Giuliani was hospitalized with COVID-19. It was just reported that Giuliani's colleague, lawyer Jenna Ellis, has informed associates she tested positive for the coronavirus.
Oh, she's the one that got it from
Melissa
the fart.
Carone sat...
Yeah, Jenna Ellis. Yeah, he farted out the coronavirus.
Right next to Giuliani and Ellis. None of them wore masks. Are you concerned now, and are you going to get a test?
I'm not concerned at all. No.
Carone says she has no intention of going into quarantine, defying a county health department mandate announced yesterday that anyone who did not wear a face covering during the proceedings must quarantine. Carone is also shedding light on her criminal history. In 2018, she was charged with obscenity for allegedly emailing sexually explicit videos to her fiance's ex-wife, Jessica Stackpool.
By the way, The fiance's ex-wife looks like somebody's ex-wife. Like this blonde chick might be crazy, but this guy at least visually traded up a little bit.
Right.
And he traded up because she's crazy.
Oh yeah, sex is probably great.
He got sucked in because this lady is just bonkers, and the ex-wife
one hell
is
of a
like,
lay, though.
I don't even know that. Just because you're crazy doesn't mean you're great in bed.
I thought those two always went together.
No. You put up with the crazy because you figure they're gonna be. So you got to put up or shut up real quick.
There were 3 different video clips. They're approximately 3 to 7 minutes long.
Carone pled guilty to a lesser charge, which was dismissed earlier this year after she completed probation. Did Rudy Giuliani and his team know about this whole sex tape allegation before bringing you onto the stand?
I don't know that to be a fact, or I don't know. They never said anything.
Fact. I don't know. Anyway, Melissa Carone over there on Inside Edition, where once legitimate journalists go to finish their career. Deborah Norville has been at Inside Edition now for a long, long time. And she's over there doing that whole thing. Back in the day, it was Bill O'Reilly, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Very beginning of Inside Edition. Everybody knows the classic Bill O'Reilly clip from Inside Edition.
I don't know what that means, to play us out. What does that mean? To end the show?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. F***ing thing sucks.
No, Deborah Norville was like a local news anchor in Chicago when I was like in high school. And then she went off and did like NBC stuff or whatever, and now she's doing Inside Edition. It's probably a good gig to just park yourself. Mm-hmm. It's a syndicated show. They can plug it in anywhere. You get paid. What do you care? You're just doing setups for these, reporters and these Melissa Carone packages. But she was not drunk. That's what she wants everyone to know. I was not drunk.
There's other things that can, make you sound like that. So she'd be like, yeah, I wasn't drunk, but definitely was on some muscle relaxers or something.
Right.
That's right. I had taken a couple of Percocets before the thing, if that's what you're asking. That's why my scarf was so askew. All right, take a break. You want to send me a text, 35192. You want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox. smart enough to turn on the Alan Cox Show.
Sometimes I wish I wasn't so smart.
Even though your smart device could have done it for you. You'll get there. Just tell it to play 100.7 WMMS on iHeartRadio.
(216) 578-1007 to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch the show live there. We got this week's Instagram hotties there for you as well. New episode of the Bill Squire Show. A brand new Poundcake is coming tomorrow, along with a new episode of the Poundcake podcast. Any hints as to what tomorrow will be?
About the podcast or the article?
Either one.
Well, the podcast I discussed yesterday is more about kink culture.
Mm-hmm.
And
kink,
so that's
not king, right?
Kink.
Kink, gotcha.
Kink culture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And,
I
so-
taught him how to use Zoom, and he went wild with it. 5 people on this episode.
Well, there you go.
In one conference, yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's going to be fun. Discussing, like, the empire of OnlyFans and what people will pay for with their fetishes and stuff like that. So
this is going to be, by the way, this is going to be a particularly exciting episode for our listeners in Portland because a KINK 101.9 has been on the air there for a long, long time. And so Poundcake doing a deep dive onto this radio station is it's both unexpected, and I think you're really going to enjoy it. So that's going to be the new. That's going to be the new Poundcake podcast tomorrow. Speaking of Portland, we have bureau chiefs all over the place. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where you do that. Nick listens in San Francisco. We haven't heard from Country Chris in a long time, but he is, if he is still alive, he's in Memphis. Kayla is in Duxbury, Vermont. We have a handful of bureau chiefs in the Orlando area, by the way. We have Matt, we have Brandon, we have Danny. And Orlando is being beset by grave robbers. They're trying to figure out what's going on in the greater Orlando metropolitan area. The cops are trying to find who is stealing things from graves. They've already found 4 or 5 caskets that have been dug up and broken into. And of course, anything like this happens, the cops immediately go to, it must be some kind of ritual. Rather than people are like, it's just people digging up graves, looking to see if these people have any jewelry on them. Anything they can pawn.
How much research do you think goes into that? Like, do you think these gravediggers are, like, researching wealthy people in the Orlando area and then finding out where they're buried?
I think
or
they're
you think
going,
they're just...
I bet they're going by date.
Yeah, but just because you died in a certain time period doesn't mean you had anything.
No, but I feel like, let's say you get to a grave and it's a newish grave. You're like, maybe not, right? You go to an older one. Why? Advanced decomposition, right? It's going to make that coffin, that casket, a little easier to get up.
Yeah.
You're gonna dig in. You're gonna open it up. Maybe some old lady had her baubles on her when they laid her to her eternal reward.
I thought that's what killed her, the baubles.
The baubles did not kill her. No, nor the bangles nor the baubles killed her. No. They questioned Susanna Hoff, but they found no evidence to charge her or hold her. So, yeah, they're trying to figure out who's robbing graves in the greater Orlando metropolitan area.
I think it took a minute to process what I was looking at. I walked up, and there lay this poor man. I was standing at the head of his grave. There was a pillow, but there was nothing laying on it.
I've been here for 24 years, and I've never seen anything like this. It's weird. It's bizarre. Obviously, it's unsettling. Your heart breaks for the loved ones of these, people who are placed here.
It's just wicked, evil. So these are the days we living in. I pray that they find Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. They lost.
Seems like they're looking for
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean,
you down here, Jesus?
Nah, I mean, I don't know if you've been around for very long, lady, but Jesus has taken off. He has not put his hand into anything.
He took the wheel and just went away.
I don't think he is interested at all.
Pedal to the metal, Jesus.
In figuring out who's, who knows? Maybe she's right. Maybe she's onto something. Maybe those grave robbers need a little dose of JC. By the way, we got...
this is why I want to be turned into a tree, though.
that your grave, right? But your tree could be chopped down and stolen, and
well, that's what it's
redistributed.
meant for.
Take all your leaves.
At least it grew into a big, strong tree at one point.
So you ultimately, obviously, you'll be dead. But let's follow this through to its logical conclusion. So you'll become a tree or be part of a tree or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my thought was that would be great if that tree was going to stand there for a long time. You know, if maybe people sought shelter eventually under the mighty Bill Squire oak or whatever. You're saying, hey, if they chop me down and use me for furniture,
as long as my body decomposed and turned into soil and nutrients and whatever, I don't care what happens to the tree you want the tree to grow and be a strong big tree, but then if it's used for something or cut down or whatever, that's life.
They cut you down and turn you into a church pew.
Oh, that would hurt.
That would be amazing.
That stings.
They make you into literal paperwork. I don't know if a tree's the right way to go for you, man.
Into a hymnal?
Right.
Bill turned into a missalette.
I'm not the tree, so it doesn't matter.
Parts of you.
Listen, I still think
like
it's
body parts.
Yeah,
like
I think it's preferable to being put in a box and
Yeah.
just taking up space in the ground. I get that. I'm just thinking that I think people have like this fantasy that tree will be there forever and they'll be like part of a mighty redwood. But if they came through and chopped it down,
I'm very realistic about it. Like if the tree doesn't even grow, maybe it doesn't even happen. Whatever. As long as my body decomposes, that's what I'm more interested in, is the body decomposing and not being stuck in a box for no reason because of stupid rituals.
Right, understood. Superstitions and the like. I mean, the body will decompose either way. Right. In the soil, I think is the better way to go.
And the soil's better. You don't have the coffin that is not going to break down properly for a long time. You have, the chemicals that they put into the body that don't need to go into the earth, stuff like that.
Yeah. I got a news update earlier in the day today that the Browns game for the 20th is being pushed to that night.
Yeah, Sunday Night Football.
Sunday Night Football. It's going to be the Browns against the somebody. And the Giants, I think, is who they're playing.
Yes.
Odell Beckham Jr.'s former team.
Correct.
He said that he had kind of an interesting, OBJ's been out for weeks, right? Like game 5 or 6, something like that. And he wanted his whole career to be with the Giants because why not? You're in New York. But he blames Pat Shurmur, former Browns coach. Pat Shurmur was the guy like a year after I got here. But he was also the guy with the Giants when OBJ was there. And he blames Pat Shurmur for undermining his time with the New York Giants. He said he never wanted to leave, and Pat Shurmur betrayed him. That's his story. Whether or not it's true, I don't know. Pat Shurmur's doing something else now. He's pumping gas.
I think he's with another team.
All that betrayal,
He's like a DC for the Broncos or something. But still, he was here, then he left. And now OBJ is here.
Probably OC. He was an offensive coordinator.
Oh, is he really? Yeah. Well, there you go. But, so they've moved that Browns game to the night of the 20th against the Giants. And then they're moving they call it flex, yeah?
Yeah.
Flex, time to have sex, like the old
Pretty good,
Shabba Ranks song.
He's the offensive coordinator for the Broncos, so you were on the right team.
There you go.
You had coordinator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I had 2 out of 3.
Or 66%.
Instead of defensive, it's offensive.
And if you had gotten it all right, that would come across as pretentious.
It would?
Way to stay humble, Alan.
Yeah.
Wait, so every dude who knows all of his X's and O's, that would mean that every sports nerd is pretentious.
About sports,
About sports, yes.
Well, I'm clearly not pretentious about sports.
Right.
Come on.
It matters not to me what shape the ball is in, Mary. What do I care? Carlos Santana is leaving the Cleveland Indians. He's going to the Kansas City Royals. Francisco Lindor is on his way out the Lindor.
Frankie.
With, I forget where they think he's going.
Away.
Mets is what
Blue Jays?
Mets, Blue Jays, I don't know.
But Carlos Santana signed a 2-year deal with Kansas City.
What, $17 million?
$17 million.
It's not a bad way to make a living for a couple years.
I'll tell you who's got an even better deal right now is that Carson Wentz. This dude.
He's got like $60 million to sit on the bench.
Yes, he does. They gave him $100 million of guaranteed money. So he don't care. By the way, Terry the Goat did not do well this week. We're going to get week 14 as the season grinds to a close. Week 14 we'll get tomorrow from Terry the Goat, who has given us her picks every week. She went 4-7 this week. She went 2-8 last week. Cowboys did not beat the Ravens last night. So she went 4-7. So she has 3 more weeks to kind of redeem herself, but 2-8 has been the low point of this season. She topped out at 8-4 in week 5. So we'll get her picks tomorrow and whatever else. I was reading about Tom Brenamman, by the way. Speaking of Kansas City, Tom Brenamman was the guy doing play-by-play for the Cincinnati Reds. His dad was a big dude with that organization for a long, long time, and he lost his job because he was caught on a hot mic throwing slurs. He called I think he called Kansas City the fag capital of the world. Mm-hmm. That was the quote.
Yes.
Those are his words, not mine. And, of course, he did the mea culpa. And, I feel awful, and I certainly hope that I'll be back in the booth, and I don't know if it'll be with Fox or blah, blah, blah. Well, there's always a new gig for you. If you search far enough and wide enough, someone will put a microphone in front of you. And so Tom Brenamman has a new gig. He's been hired for the Roberto Clemente League in Puerto Rico.
Hey.
But a job is a job.
Yeah.
A job is a job.
Puerto Rico. We love Puerto Rico.
Right. The fittest president in history, winded by saying the words Puerto Rico. But Tom Brenamman, of course, saying, listen, I was begging for forgiveness, which meant, please let me stay in the United States. That did not happen. But he's got a gig. He's going to be calling games for the Roberto Clemente League, which started last night. There are 5 teams in that league. I don't know how long the season is. Probably not that long. But this is one of those things to just kind of tide you over and pay the bills. This is your exile period, and then somebody hires you somewhere else, stateside.
Yeah, probably get a minor league gig or college or something like that.
Or in a city where they don't mind you throwing homophobic slurs around.
Or maybe he'll end up in Kansas City calling games for the Royals.
What do you think about that?
I mean, would there show any... I think that's a great way to show that you're sorry and that you've changed your ways by going to the city that you insulted.
Well, he'll go anywhere. I think it would be a great show of faith on the part of the Royals organization if they brought this guy and said, you know what? No harm, no foul. Sure, we are known for our barbecue. Sure, we are known for a great club in New York City that bears our name but has no connection to the city. Sure, we are known for a lot of things. The great George Brett. A lot of things. But we want to show you, Tom Brenamman, that not only are we not the capital of the United States or the world, but we also have no problem with any of our homosexual citizens.
Yes. We have a thriving scene here that supports the LGBTQ plus lifestyle.
That's right.
You put it in a different phrasing, but that's what it is.
Phrasing that makes people upset.
Right.
It did not make people happy, but he's got a new gig, and maybe he'll learn from this. I picture him as being like Brockmire. You know, he's been kicked down a couple of pegs, but he's still got his skills. I don't even know what the teams are in the Roberto Clemente League, but there are 5 of them, and he's going to be calling the games. Liga de Béisbol Profesional Roberto Clemente is what the league is called. The Puerto Rican Winter League.
Does Puerto Rico have a good gay scene?
I'm sure they do.
Ooh, I need to go.
I mean, they're closer to the equator. Huh?
I said no passport required.
What did he say?
No passport required.
No passport required.
Okay. I like how he gets like we just didn't hear him. He gets he gets indignant. Huh?
Well, that wasn't the delay.
It's not the delay.
You mumbled through that.
Because I'm hearing myself as I'm talking.
You realize that I hear myself the entire show from your feed, right? And I don't have a problem.
I'm hearing myself on a delay.
Yes, I hear myself on a delay in your headset.
I didn't realize
And I
that.
still have to plow through.
I'm trying to plow through. That's why
I know you.
myself.
He's like, no. What did he say? No password. Oh, I think he said password. I'm like, I don't even know. Oh, no password. What? He's coughing. He's breathing. He's yawning. The hell's going on around here? Yesterday, you weren't here. You split. He's yawning into the microphone. I'm talking, right? I'm doing my thing. I'm going straight ahead, full tilt boogie. I got my thoughts lined up, right? I'm monologuing. I'm riffing. And Poundcake. Am I boring you? I'm doing your job. Least you could do is stay awake when I'm trying to entertain America. This guy. I didn't know you could hear me. You have a live microphone on your headset.
It's just a little quiet yawn.
Huh?
It was just a little quiet yawn.
Not quiet enough. I heard it. A little quiet yawn. What do your loud yawns sound like?
Like a roar.
Jesus, this guy. Right.
You hear that?
You know what? You're absolutely right. It was not a loud yawn, and thank you for that. Everybody see the video of the Russian fire that consumed the fireworks store? Oh, no. That's my favorite video.
What a celebration.
Today. Yeah. There was some city in Russia. It took 400 firefighters to get it under control.
Oh, yeah.
What?
And they had a huge, huge fire. And it ended up spreading, obviously, and engulfing a fireworks store. So it made for some fun viewing of people who were standing around. But they got it under control, I think. But I'll tell you what, looking forward to the 4th of July, if we discover that we've got some fireworks shortage, I know a lot of them are made here in the United States, but you never know anymore. You don't know what kind of fireworks sanctions have been put on Russia. I'm going to go ahead and say none.
Yeah, that's a good guess. I think we'll be just fine.
You think so?
I think they're going to make a lot to make up for this past year.
Okay. They've got a glut, is what you're saying. Because it certainly didn't seem like people stopped setting off fireworks on the 4th of July.
People were doing it themselves.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So
they had to get them from somewhere.
Sold a lot of them.
You can't just get them from Phantom.
Nope.
Roadside kiosks. All right, let me take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Dom, what does your girlfriend want to do? She always this constant.
recall who they're playing on Monday night, but the Cavaliers will be playing, I think the Pacers actually, on Monday at the Romo Fijo. And so short show here on Monday.
I'm excited for that. I like basketball.
Basketball. You okay over there?
Yeah. We were playing pool and lost track of time. Had to run.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I know.
Sounds like you got some cardio in.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Got to get in where you can, Alan.
Sure. Mid-show.
Make
Always
the
good.
woods your gym.
Yeah. Get those steps in. So anyway, short show on Monday. But you'll get some Cavs basketball. I'm not sure who they play on Saturday. They'll play the Indiana Pacers on Monday.
You're never going to believe this?
I'm sorry?
You're never going to believe this. They're playing the Pacers on Saturday, too.
Don't tell me what I'm going to believe. Oh, they're playing the Pacers? That's nice. I assume by now everybody has seen these stories of these monoliths that have shown up. These.
I got in trouble for saying that. And you need to say it openly? Last show when I got my bowl cut.
That you look like a monolith. Yeah. It is certainly not the preferred nomenclature. That's true. It's I forget what the preferred term is. But there was one in Utah, and, so immediately some people started to think, oh, what is it? And, once more and more of them show up, you figure out, well, there's probably some art installation. I think some guy has come forward and said that he's been making them and putting them up somewhere.
But that one in Utah was there for a while.
Yeah, it was in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then it disappeared, allegedly. And then they started showing up other places. And again, I think some dude has come forward and said that he's an artist and he's been putting these things out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know if California men reveal how they installed a third mysterious monolith. So there were, some dudes that were hauling these up, But then you get copycat monoliths. They found one out on the Isle of Wight. There's one near the Joshua Tree. There's one in England. And there was one in Pittsburgh.
Neat.
There was a business owner in Pittsburgh, right there in the Strip District, for you Pittsburgh listeners, who said, you know what? I want to get people into my shop. I know this shop. It's a candy shop. And Grandpa Joe's candy shop. And he said that he thought it would be fun to have a monolith there. And it was up one day, and when he returned, it had been stolen.
Is this a candy shop that's based on Grandpa Joe from Willy Wonka?
That I don't know.
Because that's a bad person to
give
any accolades to.
Grandpa Joe.
Yeah, piece of garbage.
Well, yeah, we've talked about this.
Yeah.
Because he laid there like a
20
stooge,
years.
doing nothing, on the dole, with 3 other adults. All of a sudden, this candy thing becomes a thing. He hops up, and none of the other people go, what? You can run around. The jig, if you'll pardon the pun, the jig was up, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, he shakes it off like his leg was asleep for a little bit, and he's like, I'm all right. Puts on clothes, goes to the chocolate factory, while the mom still has to work.
Make cabbage soup.
Anyone in that bed for that long, your muscles in your legs would have completely atrophied.
Bed sores.
Well, I assume the mom, I'll give the benefit of the doubt that Mrs. Bucket was taking care of those.
She's cleaning them.
But he's rolling them over
to
clean them.
Lift it.
Right.
2 of which are not even her blood relatives.
That's right. But so what's the story with that? The dad's dead or gone or...
In the book, the dad works at the toothpaste factory. Now, I say book, and I mean Johnny Depp version of this movie, which I think was based more closely off of the Roald Dahl book.
I think so, too, yeah.
By the way, Roald Dahl's family has come out and apologized extensively for the fact that this guy was a rabid anti-Semite.
Oh, really?
Roald Dahl was very... Yeah. That's the
We
thing,
read
too.
all his books.
Well, we all did.
Yeah.
But that's the wild thing when you have like these artists years later or decades later, that from a different time, you can love the art of so many people, and then you find out you're like, man, as an individual, they were awful.
Mm-hmm.
But you like what they cranked out. Anyway... I don't know why now the Roald Dahl family's like, hey, we're really sorry that talking about the Jews all the time. But so you said in the book I read, but you mean
I didn't say
the Johnny
I read.
Depp?
I said in the book, And by book, I mean the Johnny Depp version of the movie.
Because I was going to say, wow, you read the book.
No.
Okay, so if I had said that, you would have put me in my place. You would have clarified.
Yeah, no, I just heard the reason why so many people were like, oh, this is so creepy, this is so weird, is because the Johnny Depp version was more based off of the book than the Gene Wilder version.
So what was in that version that hewn more closely to the book that was not in the Gene Wilder version?
Well, based on my deduction, the dad is in that one, and he's not in the original one. Okay. So in that one, the storyline with the dad is that he worked at the toothpaste factory, and his job, he got replaced by a robot.
Oh.
Because his job was to screw caps on the toothpaste bottles.
I gotcha. And ironic that a whole movie about candy, the dad would be the sucker working at the toothpaste factory.
Now, it all comes full circle. Yeah. Because of the upswing in candy sales, that all the machines were being overworked, and they started to break down, and then his dad learned how to fix the machines and goes back making even more money fixing the machines that replaced him.
Whoa.
So the upswing in candy was because of the Willy Wonka contest.
Mm-hmm.
But back to the bucket, son of a bitch. It was her dad was Charlie's grandpa that gets up and runs around, or that was her father-in-law.
We don't know. I don't think we know that.
I don't know whose is whose.
But you're right. This guy gets up after lying there for God knows how long, and he's running around and jumping. That's how I knew that movie was fake.
Yeah. That's the big one.
Yeah.
That's when I determined, wait a second, they're really trying to pull the wool over my eyes here.
Because a chocolate river, doable. You can make a chocolate river.
Yeah, of course you can.
You just dump over a chocolate fountain at Golden Corral, and then...
Well...
That'd be more like a chocolate crick.
You could make... Did you say crick?
He did.
A chocolate...
It's from Medina.
A chocolate crick. I got to stick my head down there in a chocolate crick.
Just dip your mallows in it. It'd be real good for you.
Yep.
Graham crackers.
I mean, that movie came out the year I was born, and in the theater, that movie was a huge bomb. But it obviously is a modern-day classic. And Gene Wilder, part of him wanting to, or agreeing to play Willy Wonka, a lot of it was, you got to kind of let me do what I want to do with this character.
Yeah.
Because I never read that book. I don't know what the character of Willy Wonka was in the book.
Well, so again, they
imagine he didn't look like Johnny Depp.
They give more backstory in the Johnny Depp one to Willy Wonka himself, where he was like, his dad was a dentist growing up, and he had like headgear braces and was never allowed to have sweets. And then the first time that he tasted chocolate, he like became obsessed with it, and he knew that candy was going to be his life.
Yeah,
that's his like origin story.
Didn't he go to like a tropical island? That's where he found the Oompa Loompas.
Mm-hmm. He was looking for new.
Flavors.
He was foraging for new items, not items. What am I?
Flavors?
Not flavor. Like what? Like plants and stuff.
Yeah.
Ingredients. Things to put into the chocolate. Yes.
By the way, for people who are confused, Roald Dahl is the author of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The family did not make real dolls. I wanted to clarify that they are not rich from making anti-Semitic sex dolls, who I think are on tour with Black Veil Brides, summer of 22. So, yeah, no, he was... And there were a lot of authors back then at a certain time, especially British ones, who were like, there's a problem with the Jew.
Oh, Walt Disney.
Yeah, Walt Disney.
Famously.
Oh, God. And that's supposed to be the happiest place on earth, the old man's dead. Alan Mary sounded very pretentious talking about reading that book. Turns out,
I read the book.
Saved herself. She really kind of slipped. She left a little bit of daylight there.
I gave you a moment to be like, you read that? Oh, she didn't.
And I missed it. Anyway.
Well, you're looking for things to read. You're done with Figure It Out, so why not?
I have one Figure It Out left.
Go with some children's books.
Yeah, there you go.
A new Figure It Out?
I have one left that I had already purchased during like the lockdown. I bought like 15 books, and I was like, screw it, I'm going to work through these to the end of the year. Got one left. It's by an author that I liked named Lisa Jewell. I liked the book she wrote, and so I got another one by her. Do you want to know all about it?
No.
It's okay. Never mind. I have one Figure It Out left.
I bet it was the butler.
Is she the one with the wonky teeth?
I don't know. They're all British, so
okay.
probably.
Yeah. She lived in her car famously for a while. She's from Alaska.
Save your soul.
Okay.
That girl.
What's the book about?
It's called Then She Was Gone, and it's like her daughter.
These chick books all have the word "gone" in them,
Gone,
don't they?
lies,
Gone girl.
trust,
Now
whatever.
she's gone.
Yeah.
Where did she go?
Right.
It's always
Daddy
some
gone.
missing chick. Gone. There you go. Gone
So
baby
like,
gone.
her daughter, and this is just I just read the back of the book, but her daughter goes missing like out of nowhere, and
That's usually what missing is.
I realized after I
So
said that
Carlin
how dumb it
joke.
sounded.
You might be missing from here, but you're not missing from over there.
Right.
Everybody's somewhere.
So her daughter goes missing, and then she 10 years later, she starts dating this guy, and she meets his daughter, and she looks just like her daughter that went missing.
Oh, she might be dating the abductor. Is the point of
Yeah,
this.
so
Okay.
that's the premise of the book.
So
We'll
she's
see.
got to. That's what the figure it out is.
Mhm.
Is she
this my
dating the
daughter?
abductor?
Is it even her daughter?
And boy, what are the odds of that? With
You
all
know?
the dating and people trying to find each other, that she would end up getting matched with her kid's abductor.
Well, she doesn't know if it's the abductor or if it's even her daughter. But I'm going to assume probably.
Yeah. Huh.
That's where we're. That's
How
just,
far into the book are you?
I haven't started. I'm going to start it tonight.
Okay. I posted a photo of my stack
I
a
saw.
week or so ago, and I felt pretty good.
Yeah.
And then I look over and I go, Jesus, there's another stack over there. And so I forgot
Read
I
your
had
books.
I forgot I had 2 stacks. I am. I'm slowly getting through them, but I.
But are you starting new ones while you're getting?
No,
through
I'm
them?
not.
Okay.
No. I'm getting these taken. See, it's going to take me forever to do these.
Yeah.
Because like People's History of the United States is in there. I'm like, that's like a 1,200 page book.
That's right.
It's going to take me forever to get through these. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to start new books, which bums me out too.
Yeah.
I'll just.
Because there are good books, I assume. You know.
It's lots of books, man.
But you got. But once you're done with the stacks, then you've read like 25 books, and that's a good thing to accomplish.
Hang your hat on.
But even that, it's not really an accomplishment. It's just something that
You've read them.
I want to. Yeah.
Reading a book is an accomplishment.
You think?
Oh, absolutely.
Nowadays, yeah, for sure.
Oh, nowadays, because you have so much competition for your attention.
Mm-hmm. Like I've started a book and I'm a few hundred pages in, but I haven't read it since like Saturday.
Yeah.
And to get back to it.
What's the book?
It's the one that I told you about, the God.
Oh,
thing.
yeah, okay. The Dawkins book.
Yeah. The God Delusion.
Delusion, yeah.
Yeah, this is starting 2021. I'm going to shift my focus more toward maybe some autobiographies, maybe some
Books about cars?
books about cars. Yeah.
Anyway, Grandpa Joe's candy store in Pittsburgh. The guy puts up a monolith because he figures, oh, people are going to come by. It's going to be fun. It's topical. It was there one day and it got stolen. And he was kind of bummed out about it.
I came to see the monolith, and it's not here. So, really disappointed.
I was heartbroken this morning to find out that someone had taken my original monolith overnight, but the response to it has been overwhelming. Like, people are driving 2-3 hours to come see this and take a picture with it or hug it. They're loving it, and the response has been incredible. So can we just have fun with it for a couple of days? Can we all remember to support local businesses? And can we just have a little fun for a little bit before somebody ruins this and takes it?
You know, I come down here, Bill. I gotta get myself some gummy colas at Grandpa Joe's candy shop. I come down, I got my camera ready. I'm gonna take a picture of the monolith. It's all gone. It's not even there. That thing was taller than Big Ben. I just gotta go take a picture of it, put my arm around it. It's not even there. They bolted it down and they stole it. A couple of doors away from Permanis. Nobody saw nothing. That's what they said. Over there, Penn Avenue rear. You'd see a guy running down the street with a giant monolith under his arm. Nobody stopped him. Climbed into a car. See, here's the problem. What's jamming you up is, if you've got an idea like that, it's the monolith that's screwing you up.
Yeah.
You want to have a polylith installed, right?
Multiple lifts.
You want like a henge. You want like a Stonehenge type situation, right? You want like an Easter Island type situation going on.
Yes.
That would be harder to steal.
Yeah, try stealing all these.
There you go.
How big's your
Steal
truck?
all my liths. Mm-hmm. The monolith. You just
monolith.
I just think.
Is there a chance the truck could bend?
Not a chance, my Hindu friend. Monolith.
Braindead slobs.
They'll all get cushy jobs. So if you just have one, it's probably going to get stolen. But if you have many of them, because it begs the question, how many friends do you have? Because if they each take one of the monoliths, you got to figure that out. Then you got to get away with them, because you can't do it in stages. You got to do it all at once. Anybody can steal a monolith.
I think you're onto something here.
Oh, I know. I'm onto something.
A heist about monolith stealing. I'm so tired.
Ocean's Lift.
Ocean's Lift. Yeah. Did you have to get up early today, like 9 a.m.?
First of all, screw you, man. No, I'm just kidding. No, I was actually just telling Bill about this earlier. Just with like stressing out last week about the recording, and then I had a college gig last night, and so I've just been like high anxiety and not sleeping well for like a full week. And then when I stay at my boyfriend's place, he has to leave for work at like 5. So then I'm up until like 6:30 or 7, and then I get back home and I'm doing stuff around the house, and I don't fall back asleep, and it's just I feel like I haven't had a night's sleep that's uninterrupted in like 2 weeks. And I know that a lot of people go to work early and have kids and don't get to sleep. That's all. I'm just tired. That's all. I feel like this is the first time I could kind of decompress, and I don't have any stress or anxiety, and I can kind of just. My body was so like go, 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 and now it's like, okay, chill.
And yet you're complaining.
I'm not complaining. I just said I was tired. I'm explaining why I'm tired. Does it sound like I'm complaining?
Complaining.
Okay.
What is she complaining about, Poundcake?
Just about her being tired. I'm just messing with her. I miss teasing her because I'm not there in the studio.
He has.
You know, you don't need to be present to tease her. You just did it.
Well, that's
you
why
did a bang-up job.
Since being home, I have not gotten my daily "you're trash" or "you're a snooty bitch."
All right, tell her. Then tell her now.
Your trashy hair, or whatever he likes to say to me.
Tell her now. He can see you on the live stream.
Dumb bitch in your boots. That kind of stuff, you know? Out of nowhere.
No, I say basic bitch in your basic bitch boots.
Why you just got like socks on? Okay, Cody, I don't know. I'm not. Every day it was something.
Dumbass part.
Yeah.
Do you know that I don't care?
Coming up here with your hair combed. What do you think you are? Okay, sorry.
Shower today? You a bitch. Clean ass bitch.
Oh, so you just clean, you wear deodorant, you just think you're better than me?
Let me watch you poop.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, I guess that's what he's missing.
That's why he wants to come back so bad.
That's why he wants to come back so badly.
So he can passive aggressively yell at me in the hall. Like, well, all right. I mean, fine.
You got you Invisalign. You think you're better than everybody else.
Wow.
It always something weird.
Always something weird. He's mad because he can get a haircut.
You just gonna tie both your shoes? All right.
Sitting at home.
I bet your feet don't even stink.
Maybe they do.
It is like a weird, like backwards compliment thing. Like the thing he says is like about an effort I put in that day, but he's mad about it.
Boyfriend?
Oh, you just gotta go to the gym and stay in shape.
It's okay. He's just a garbage man. He got a good job.
Oh, so his job security, a 401k, and a savings, huh? That's just what you want?
He's jealous.
You big up everybody.
Well, Poundcake, you know, he covets.
Mm-hmm.
Poundcake is a big coveter.
I don't mean to, though.
It's one of the big ones in Christianity that you're not supposed to do.
Thou shalt not.
Mm-hmm.
Not supposed to covet. You're a big coveter.
If I coveted and I did it on purpose, that would be double sinning. And I don't want to do
No,
that.
it's still one sin.
It's on accident. I don't know. I think you have to have malice.
Accidentally coveting implies that you do it once in a while. You're pretty well known for being you're a serial coveter.
Prone to it.
Prone to it. It's not by accident. Yeah, it's quite purposeful.
Like, I don't know about that. No, I don't think anyone's jealous on purpose. They're just like, I hate that bitch.
Some people let jealousy rule their lives.
It doesn't ruin my life.
I didn't say ruin. I said rule. Do you think jealousy rules your life?
No.
All right.
Do you?
About you?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I just happen to notice a bitch that I can't stand because she has everything I want.
Can't stand.
I feel like he's proving my point for me.
I just don't want her in my life because she has a better life than mine.
Right.
I was going to send Mary, since I was gone and I was missed her birthday, I was like, oh my gosh, I sent her a card. I was like, nah, she good. She don't need nothing. She got everything. She already doing better than me.
Boo.
So you thought that sending her a card would really tilt things in her favor. She's already got a pretty
I had
good
a gift card for her.
A card from me. It's going to really put it over there with that $5 Chipotle card in it. It's really going to put her over.
But never mind. She sold out shows. She don't need my little money. She don't need my little ducats. I'll keep it.
Right, instead of being like, congratulations on your album recording. Oh, you just sold out shows now, huh? You can just buy me Chick-fil-A? Is that what you think?
So your little $50 didn't mean anything. You just had an extra $50 laying around and you just happened to give it to me. I don't even want your petty Chick-fil-A cash.
This is why I have him at home. This is why. Because, among other things, he doesn't need to infect us with his negativity.
That's
what it is. It's a lack of imagination.
Spread through more than droplets.
There you go.
So she's just gonna laugh at my pain.
What pain?
Nah, it's fine.
Yes, pain. Yeah. All right. Good. Well, we figured that out, didn't we? If you want to
go to commercial.
Yeah. Oh, you're just going to go to commercial.
He's going to do your job.
Oh, you're just going to pay some bills. Yeah. Oh, you're just going to take care of advertisers. 216-578-1007. If you want to join us, 800-348-1007, and you can text 35192.
The Alan Cox Show on one.
help.
Tell whatever smart device you're packing to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
All right. 216-578-1007. Join us live, 800-348-1007. You can send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. We were talking about yesterday being the 40th anniversary of John Lennon's murder. Brian wrote me, he said, Alan, I was 15 on that day, and I was in my bedroom listening to WMMS, and Betty Corvan told us about John Lennon. I knew who he was, but I didn't know if that makes sense. My brother was 11 years older than me, and so I learned about all 4 Beatles through them and my brother's friends. Betty Corvan, I think I met her when we had the WMMS 50th anniversary party. There were a lot of people that I had never met, obviously, but were here, you know, back in the formative years of this radio station. 2018 was the 50th anniversary of the Buzzard, and so we had this huge party out on the east side at this restaurant, and a lot of these people who I had heard of but had never met were there. And I think Betty Corvan was there. She's retired to somewhere in South Dakota, I think. Cleveland Scene did a thing last year that was like, MMS, where are they now? You know, all these people that had populated this radio station for so many years. But I think I met her at that. I met Tony Tilford, who was very complimentary of what I was doing. He used to be the program director here many years ago, I guess. And Brian and Joe were there, and, you know, like Bo Matthews, who hired me, he came back and he was there, and it was a lot of fun, that party. Did you go to that party, William?
I'm trying to think. I don't think so.
Oh. Poundcake was there.
I think that was the 50th anniversary thing.
Yeah. 2 years ago. You didn't go to that?
I didn't go to that.
I didn't see Bo Matthews there.
He was there. Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I saw you in one of the photos, so I know you were there.
No, I was there.
Yeah. Stansbury was there.
Table.
Huh?
I sat at Doogie and Charlie's table.
Yeah, I don't think I ever sat down. I was just walking around, and
all I did was sit down. I had all my snacks like right in front of me. I had like a bunch of cake and cupcakes. Oh, the food was delightful.
Yeah, they had like
only the best.
They had like these specialty drinks.
Yep.
So they had like
Buzzard
the Rover's Morning Glory drink,
Yeah.
and I didn't have a drink, but
I was like, give me 4 Alan Cox shows, and then I was like, oh, this sucks.
Not on the menu. I didn't get a drink, but that's fine. I'm not. Those are details that doesn't bother me. But there's Brian, who was 15 when MMS broke the news that John Lennon had been killed. We got a package from my sheet. I just had it. Here it is. Got a package from said Cookie Mike, Cookie Frank something.
Yeah, Mike Cookie is it.
Enclosed is a little Christmas thank you gift for entertaining me through the pandemic. In the interest of doing my part to stop the spread, your gifts are just things that I had in the house. So there's a big bag for Mary, and then Bill and Poundcake and I got little like Chinese food takeout boxes. Alan, you've mentioned your love of sriracha and hot sauce. So he gave me a bunch of packets of sriracha and Cholula, right? That's great. I'll use them.
I love that.
Yeah, I'll use them.
That's good to have here, like to keep in the office.
I'm not keeping them in the off. Yeah, maybe I should keep them.
Don't you have a bottle of sriracha at home?
Yeah, I do.
So then, yeah, keep that here.
All right, fine.
He got me a mini disc.
Well, I'll read the letter.
Oh, read the letter, yeah. I didn't know there was going to be a letter.
That's what I just was reading from.
Yeah.
Oh. Are you okay over there?
I'm all right.
Everybody's got senioritis.
Here's the sleep. I got too much of it.
You got too... Great.
Mary's
sleep.
I stole all
She's
Mary's
not sleeping. You got too much sleep. God, this is the
and now
weirdest...
it's all I can think about.
Uh-huh. How much
I want to get more.
Mary's going, I finally get to decompress. Oh, great. Yeah. Perfect time to Oh, now that the show's on, I get to decompress.
I just mean, I've been...
This is the first time all day while we're live on the radio that I've been able to just relax and decompress.
Not all day, in 2 weeks.
This guy over here. Yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. How much sleep did you get last night?
Oh, like 13 hours.
Jesus Christ. Would you go to bed like a 7th grader at 8 o'clock or something?
No, I didn't go to bed that early when I was in 7th grade.
Yeah, 4th grade. Yeah. Did you sleep in or go to bed early?
I went to bed early and slept in.
Wow.
So I was probably
Double
in
whammy.
bed. I didn't get that much sleep, actually, though. I'm playing it up. It's not actually too much sleep. I'm just... I was so excited about my present that I wanted to talk about it.
But you didn't even know about it until just now.
Well, you opened yours, so I thought then I'd open mine.
Wait a second. So it's not that you got too much sleep; it's that you were so excited for what this guy sent us. Bill, in this world of digital media, I thought it'd be nice for you to have your latest album on physical media. Enjoy the only copy of So Many Points on mini disc. What is So Many Points?
So I just put out a little EP earlier this year.
Oh, I see.
And I just put it on, all streaming services disc. To have like have more, more plays and more revenue coming in. It helps. And so he put it on mini disc for me. Even like printed out the picture from it.
That's cool.
Look at
made
that.
it. So actually, I really love this.
I thought I was the only guy that still had things on mini disc.
I was pretty big into mini disc players too.
Oh, yeah, I still have my mini disc Walkman. I mean, for radio, for about a decade, everything was on mini disc. So I have binders of old shows that are on mini disc in my office.
I'm very excited
Hundreds
about this,
of them.
I'm going to display it proudly in the new Bill Bar, which I can't call it the Bill Bar. I'm so mad about that.
Why?
Because of Bill Barr.
Oh, the Attorney General? Yeah, but he's not going to be around much longer. He's going to tip the F out the door.
He's still on my mind, so I have to think of a clever name to call my bar part of my condo, which the customers usually come up with good names for stuff. We got Playful Tower from the customers.
Yeah.
They can come up with a good bar name for
for your bar.
Yeah.
Pours and scores, because the...
Pop shot?
Pop shot.
Pours and scores. Hey, come on over here to Pours and Scores, and let's set some things up. Poundcake. Who doesn't love chicken? Now, Poundcake's not here, so...
We can throw his garbage.
Yeah. My 4.5-year-old loves Chick-fil-A. I built up a pile of sauces that she doesn't like, and I'm sharing them with you.
Ooh.
So you got a little...
I can never have enough Chick-fil-A sauce.
You got a little takeout thing here that you can see that's full of honey mustards and Chick-fil-A sauces and things.
Fabulous.
He's actually very excited about that. I like it.
Yeah, because we run out here at our house. Like, we have Chick-fil-A all the time. If we order it through, like, Uber Eats or whatever, Grubhub, and we're like, oh, we forgot the Chick-fil-A sauce.
I've never had Chick-fil-A sauce.
It's kind of like honey
What I'm
mustard.
going to do is I'm going to steal all the Chick-fil-A sauces, and I'm going to leave you with the honey mustards.
It's a mayo-based sauce, so I think I don't know that you would like it. And also,
No,
I
you can't
made
taste
that
any
up.
mayo.
It's
He likes
creamy.
mayo. He doesn't like ranch.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't like mayo.
Oh,
I
that's
like
why-
Miracle Whip. I like the tangy zip.
Mm.
But I can take your point. In sauces, I don't know that I can taste it that much. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I've had aiolis and such. Anyway. So that's for Poundcake. Mary, your present didn't fit in small boxes, so you get all the cookies. So she got a giant bag of fortune cookies.
Well, when he said what was lying around the house, I'm like, dude, this is like 100 foot. You just had this
Well,
giant
then
bag?
give me and Bill one, and
I'll give you some.
Oh yeah, let's do a fortune cookie reading right now.
Okay.
This is when people are like, oh, I want to know what's going on in my life, and they turn to horoscopes. That's ridiculous.
Now,
turn to confections.
I know you don't believe in fate,
Mhm.
so would you like me to pick it, or would you like you to pick it? Because that affects...
I would like
the
Alan
outcome.
to pick it.
Oh, you want Alan to
yes,
pick
I
it?
want the most pretentious one, and Alan will obviously choose that.
Okay.
All individually wrapped, so clean.
Now, Mary, you pick mine.
Oh, okay.
He said, this is a little shameless promotion for my employer. These were around my house, but they did make them for free. So thank you.
I'm
Who's your
picking my own.
employer?
Do you work for a Chinese food restaurant?
I know, right?
Maybe it's on the...
I mean, everything was also in little Chinese food containers.
He might, yeah. You going first, Bill?
It's up to Alan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. These are big bags for Chinese. All right.
So many fortune cookies.
Now, do you guys believe that you have to eat the cookie before you read the fortune?
You have to eat it for it to come true, is what I heard.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see if I want it to come true.
Well, no, we gotta read out loud.
Let me watch you poop.
Oh, I hope they're joke ones.
Gagging deep throat sound.
You gotta eat the cookie.
I gotta eat the cookie now.
Well, it's fortune with no E.
Yeah,
Fortune Cookie CLE on Twitter. Yeah. Goodfortunecookies.com. Mine says the old sit and spit.
Hey,
that's a Mary Santora
line. The old sit and spit.
Wow, how did they? That's a very specific fortune.
Mine said, hit it and shook it and no bugs came out.
I wish I had that one.
You can have it.
I don't. No. The clip.
Oh,
these are show clips, aren't they?
Is.
It sounds like they're all show clips.
The old sit and spit. Should
the
I
old
open
sit
more?
And spit. Sure.
Open one for me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry, Cody. Well, someone's got to eat all these
So
cookies.
you're just not gonna do one for me?
Oh, here we go. I hope his is actually a Cody clip. That would be wonderful. All right, here we go. Hold on. Something about a jet. Here we go. 3-way, 4-way, 5-way. There's a ton of different ways you can get it.
Right.
Eat that cookie.
3-way, 4-way, 5-way. There's a ton of different ways you can get it. These are amazing.
It's pretty good.
I want to keep going, but then we're going to have all these cookies.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's funny.
Well, you tell me 3-way, 4-way, 5-way. There's a ton of different ways you can get it. These are all just random. I love it.
I like that mine was very specific to me. Like that worked out really nice.
I keep opening all of mine. It definitely starts to get a little stinky and a little slimy.
I'm actually giving these to like a relative.
A little stinky and a little slimy.
Those are all, well, Mary does have a lot of good.
Yeah.
There's probably going to be one in there that says Tom Hanks is a good actor.
I hope so. That one's getting framed in my apartment if it is. 3-way, 4-way, 5-way. There's a ton of different ways you can get it. Oh, that's my.
Yeah.
That's what that is. I'm guessing. Are these all my quotes? Is that what they're for me?
You're making this person money.
Oh, gagging deep throat sound again. There's some repeats.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know how many more you want me to do.
I like that that's how he processed that sound. Not dry heaving.
Gagging deep throat
right.
sound. Yeah.
That was a throw up sound, but sure.
So they're Mary lines then.
I'm guessing, yeah. I don't know how many different ones there are, but.
Well, that's fine with me. That's good.
Thank you. That's
you get
so
all
fun.
the cookies. Yeah, distribute and read your messages. A little shameless. Yeah, there you go. So thank you. That's courtesy of
Mike Cookie.
Goodfortunecookies.com. There you go.
I got a couple of people suggesting things for the Bill Bar.
Okay.
Squire Spirits, which I like, and then the Bill Stillery, which I really like.
Now, is this in anticipation of you like making a sign for it or what? Why does it need a name?
Yeah, I think I might. If I come up with a good name for it, then I'm definitely going to. And it doesn't have to be a pun of my name either.
Is this like because like we just have a bar cart?
Well, I bought a whiskey barrel bar from a buddy of mine down in Cincinnati area.
So it's just the size of a big whiskey barrel.
It's an actual whiskey barrel.
Okay.
That he turned into a bar, and it's like lights in it, and like there's shelves in it and stuff like that. So I'm very excited about that part of it. And then I'm going to eventually get a pool table and just kind of make like a little parlor area where there's, a bar. A
libation station, if you will.
Yeah.
Papa Squat for Bill's Bar, someone says.
There we go.
There you go. Hey, Papa Squat, and then we'll play Papa Shot.
Mm-hmm.
Alan, I break the fortune cookies and only eat half that the fortune stays in so that it comes true. What?
Listen, I know this one's going to come true. So.
Superstitions, yes. A lot of people, by the way, are saying that Poundcake's jealousy of Mary goes back to the fact that she rebuffed him with extreme prejudice at the even mere mention of him having sex with her.
That's not
He
true.
is my chief petty officer, so that would track. But I can't imagine that he was surprised. I think that he was playing surprised. I don't think that he was legitimately surprised. Or legit surprised, as the kids say.
I'm an equal opportunity bitch. If you guys remember correctly, when
I
Erica
don't
had
even
that
know
chair,
what that means.
I hate equally.
He hates the chair?
No matter who sits in that chair.
Oh.
I gave it to Erica, and I'm giving it to Mary. It's my right.
Interesting. No matter who sits in that chair. Okay. Because Gab Cruz has been in that chair.
Gwen
Pretty
has
sure I
My
been in
give it
that
wife has
chair.
been in that chair.
Hey, I started in that chair.
Bill started in that chair.
Because I was in that chair. Erica was in the side studio.
Yeah.
And so
Who was in your chair?
it was just empty.
Oh,
This is where we'd
empty
have the
chair.
guests sit, actually. And then
Do you guys remember guests? Wow.
I know people are asking, like, when's Ryan Bergling going to be back? I'm like, whenever all this is figured out. Well, I would love to have him back.
you don't have him on like Cody?
No. No. Some people I want to have in the room. You've seen the video?
I'm not offended by that because I wasn't in the room.
There was a guy who did it's on Twitter. It's just, it just struck me as funny. He did the Galactic Federation interviews the Earth. Did you see that?
No.
There's a guy, he's just doing like, the old one-person bit. But he's like, when the Galactic Federation when the Earth wants to be a part of the Galactic Federation, they're going to have to audition for it. And then he kind of plays the guy interviewing.
How fast are your teleporters? No teleporters. Flying cars. No. A high-speed train that goes around the planet? No, you don't have that either. Okay. What about, does everyone have health care? Is there enough food to go around? It looks like some people are starving. You do have enough food. Then why isn't it logistics? You want me to write logistics? Okay. Starving because of logistics. Have you colonized any other planets? Not even Mars? It's right down the street. I mean, things could be worse, right? Imagine if you were still fighting over resources. Oh, you do? You have big wars? Oh, and you have a pandemic. Right now, you have a pandemic. Oh, no, it's... Jason? Bring the Santa... Thank you. I understand you have a very charismatic little biped called a dodo bird. I would love to meet one. Could you bring me a dodo? Could you show me a dodo bird? No, it's fine. Let's move on. You need to use the bathroom? We haven't done that in centuries. We don't do that here. Oh, you still have prisons. Oh, Jason. They still have prisons.
I like the guy he's talking to off-frame is named Jason.
Right.
The Galactic Federation still uses the name Jason.
Good name. It's a solid name.
There you go.
Malevolent creature known as Jared Kushner. Why has nobody trapped it in a jar? What is no homo? Why did you turn the wolf into the pug? Okay, well, I think that should be enough. You've given us a lot to think about. We'll see you soon. Bye.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's very good. Guy named Vinnie Thomas on Twitter did that.
Funny stuff. Good job, Vinny.
Oh, Vinny.
You're doing it.
I like
what a
all
great name. I like the name Vinny.
Do you like Vincent?
I like Vincent because it's a good name, because when you want to sound formal, Vincent.
Okay.
But when you want to...
Like Vincent Vega.
Casual, Vinny.
I see. What about Norman Vincent Peale? Do anything for you? The pride of Bowersville, Ohio?
No, that's fine.
But a Vinny is good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got a Jersey Shore vibe to it.
Yeah, but it's also got like just that... It's got like cachet with it anyway. Because there's other things besides just Jersey Shore where there's a good Vinny.
Name one.
I don't know.
My
Italians.
cousin, Vinny.
Ah.
Listen, Rudy Giuliani was just talking about it at Four Seasons Landscaping and Gardening not long ago, right? My Cousin Vinny.
Mm-hmm.
The downloads of that movie grew exponentially after he name-checked him there. I imagine that among the MAGA crowd, there's probably going to be a baby boom. I'm sure that they were all... Well, they probably weren't having sex. They were probably too busy, cranking off watching that press conference. But, for those of them that got together, there might be an uptick in Vinnies sometime next year. But it's not a name that you hear very often. It's very rare that you'll have a friend that has a baby and you'll go, oh, what did you name him? They rarely say Vinny.
Vincent.
They might say Vincent, in which case you assume it's a family name. But it's rare that they'll go, Vinny. Because it's more of a nickname, not a given name. But I like when people are given the nickname.
Yes.
You know, you go, oh, Vinny, Vincent? Nope.
Name's
I was
Vinny.
named Vinny.
Mhm.
Now, is it with an IE or a Y?
I like IE.
It's got to be a Y.
I like IE.
Got to be a Y. Not only is it fewer letters, IE, something effeminate about that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You think?
IE's a little feminine.
It wasn't my cousin VINNIE, because then you'd think that Marissa Tomei was playing him.
No.
It's VINNY.
Billie Eilish, IE.
IE.
Billy Squire, Y.
Billy Joel,
Y.
JOEL. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a break. If you want to get a text in, do that. 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan. came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
(216) 578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007, 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there. Got the new Instagram hotties for the week. A new installment of the Bill Squire Show. The latest Poundcake and Poundcake podcast will drop tomorrow at the show site. Katie Hill is a girl who got elected in the 2018 midterms in that huge blue wave of that year. She represented a district in California, and she didn't last long because her ex-husband dropped a bunch of naked photos. And she was the one who had been accused of having a threesome with her now ex-husband and a staffer. So her political career was pretty short. She really got railroaded out of there.
Almost literally.
That's right.
Like she took a train out.
That would make someone lose my vote, though.
What
if
would?
Anything, I'd be like, she's fun.
It would. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't
I'd be
know.
Like, okay, so she had a threesome. She's human.
Yeah, but I think that it got sent to a conservative website, and then those people just made complete hay out of it. And she thinks, I don't know that it's been confirmed, but she believes, and I would take her word for it, that her ex-husband is the one who distributed those photos. And so her political career was ended. She kind of did the mea culpa and all that right after. But she believes that this guy will not stop until she's dead. And she has a restraining order. She's been divorced from him for some time. So she was much younger. But she said that she's been getting harassed by him for 15 years. And she has an order of protection. And the thing that jumped out at me was it's for her, her mom, her sister, and all of her animals. She said that he's previously killed and harmed my pets.
That's messed up.
She's 33, so they were like teenagers when they got together and got to know each other and all that stuff. She's her ex-husband is 37. He's threatened her, pinned her against walls, choked her to the point of unconsciousness while they were married. She said he's also obsessed with guns. 3 great words you always want to hear. And that he was constantly cleaning them around her and hiding them in places where he knew she'd stumble across them. She said that she always thought that maybe if she just kind of stayed quiet, things would get better. But she's like, I'm afraid he will not give up until I'm dead. And so that's why she has this order of protection. But it covers her pets. So
yeah,
the guy,
he's a crazy dude.
The guy can't be 100 yards from her, her mom, her sister, her horse, her dog, or her goat. So if you're...
Does it cover future pets? Do she have to get a new one, or will they be like grandfathered in?
I bet they'd be grandfathered in. Okay. And I can't imagine it would take long to amend an order of protection for your animals. But think about those animals. I mean, obviously, they don't know.
Yeah,
anyway,
they're in danger.
Today is National Llama Day, just for people who...
Good size, nice llama.
For people who, we're surrounded now by alpaca and llamas and, trying to get goats into their yoga classes and all this kind of crap, right? But think of these animals now. They don't know that there's a...
They should do... they should do yoga classes with alpacas and llamas in a llama state.
Bah!
Come on.
Joke.
That's on like children's
I know.
sleepwear.
Just let it go.
Pajamas.
She was doing a college gig yesterday. She's
Oh my God, it was bad.
You know how the college kids love llama jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course you know.
Why was it so bad?
Well, it wasn't that it was like bad. There were 3 ladies from the college, and then one group of 5 students in the same dorm room, and that was it. And I had to do an hour. And I was just like, oh, there's no way. There's no way I'm going to. And like college comedy, you have to be completely clean. And it's not like, oh, you can't curse. You can't talk about drugs. You can't talk about alcohol. You can't talk about sex. You can't talk about religion, politics. You can't talk about anything that might be perceived as controversial. And so I did a hot 5 on cereal. And it was just, that's where
Did
my
you get some
brain's
laughs,
at.
though?
Yeah, the one group of, I'm so glad that the one group of students who were actually paying attention were all together, because I could like hear them laughing and being involved with each other, which was nice. But when they're like, okay, we have 2 people in the waiting room, I was like, oh God, this is gonna be sitting at my dining room table, like trying to tell completely clean jokes. So yes, that's where my head's at today. Is any pun I can get away with, I'm gonna try.
How about that cafeteria, guys? I bet you guys aren't hanging out much there. Hey, how you doing in your rooms, huh? Yeah.
We did a deep riffing dive on Christmas movies. That was fun.
The way you've described it thus far does not sound like it was fun. Doesn't sound like it was a good time at all.
No. But what are you going to do?
But these animals that are now protected by this protective order, obviously they don't know that. They're not cognizant of that. But if they were, they'd be, boy, that would put you in a weird position with the other animals that weren't under this protective order. It would be like Poundcake. Be like, oh, what now? Nobody can hurt you? This guy can't come kill you? Turn you into euros, whatever, right?
I can hire a friend.
Right.
He ain't got no restraining order. A bigger gun, too.
This, right, the horse as well. The cow is protected.
Moo.
All of her animals. Horse, dog, goat, cat, cow.
Moo.
There's a lot of animals protected.
That's expensive, right?
I don't think you have to pay.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you live on a rural tract of land or something, they're probably just the animals there when you bought the place. They're like, I'll sell you this place if you take the animals.
I imagine she.
I'm talking about
the
like the
animals
restraining
herself.
order.
You think she acquired the animals herself?
Yes.
She thought, I
don't
want a
think people
horse.
just move places and go,
Inherit
throw in the animals and you got a deal.
That's what happened. I've told the story. The house that I house sat when I was in high school, we had ostriches and horses, and there were dogs, and the dogs were theirs, the people who moved in. But all those other animals came with the place.
Okay. So one time.
Ostriches. I mean, who the hell's going to who's going to voluntarily buy an ostrich?
People who like
for what? Giant omelets?
Ah!
No, I made one, like just to see, you know.
Mm-hmm. Did it
No,
taste
it's, huh?
Did it taste good?
I mean, you can't fit like half of it in the pan, so the pan was like consumed by this contents. Well, you need something, yeah. I mean, I made a mess. Try cleaning up an ostrich omelet after you screw the whole thing up. So, I mean, that's only one instance of that. It's probably true that most times you're not going to get animals with the place, but if they're trying to really unload it, really trying to flip that joint, like, listen, is there any way you can come down on the price just a little bit? And they go, absolutely. How do you feel about emu? Because we got a couple in the back 40. All you got to do, throw them a couple of mice thrice a week.
Emu eat mice?
I'm sorry?
I'm just trying to...
Do emu eat mice?
Yeah.
Possibly. I mean, they're omnivorous.
Yeah.
So I think anything you give them, right, they'll eat?
I don't know. I don't know much about emus.
Well, is it inconceivable that an emu would eat a mouse?
I wouldn't say it's inconceivable, but it seems like a silly thing to feed them.
Really? I mean, I guess if you have a bunch of different animals, what you got to figure out is what's the common denominator food-wise so that I can minimize what I'm hanging on to here.
Oh, I got emus and snakes. I guess I'll get a bunch of mice.
Right?
That's right. Well, but I mean, if you got an emu probably eats a bunch of plants, right?
Grains.
Grains, there you go. Seeds.
Yeah.
But the ostrich isn't going to, you can't give the emu ostrich chow.
I bet
vice
they
versa.
are pretty similar.
You think?
I bet their diets are very similar.
So flightless birds.
Yeah.
Well, ostriches, boy, they'll try to kick you and peck you, and they're mean sons of bitches.
They're not going to fly.
They're not going to fly. They're going to try. They kind of hop and flap. But so I'm there, you know, you got an ostrich. I can't If I got a bag of filamentous algae, I can't give that to the horse.
You don't know that.
Give it to the ostrich or the emu.
Put it in its feed bag.
Hey, you like oats with duckweed? Now, emu meat, I would like to try that. That would be delicious.
On the very first episode of The Cabin with Bert Kreischer, they tried to butcher an emu, and it is kind of disturbing.
Yeah, no duh.
What do you mean? So they were unsuccessful?
Well,
they tried to butcher one, which means
there
they
was a
kind of
guy-
butchered one?
There's a guy that was coming to help them, but Bert and Tom Segura started before the guy got there, so they just pulled this thing out of a cooler where it was
So like
delivered.
feathers and stuff?
It still had feathers and everything.
Oh, it was dead.
Yeah, it was already dead.
But
But
they
they
capture it first.
I don't know.
flop it out onto this table, and then they got like a chainsaw, and it's very funny. But
Well, it's a
also-
huge bird. It's
yeah.
like second tallest behind the ostrich.
Yeah, it's wild. I'm like, is this all right? Are we allowed to watch this? I was laughing, but it was a lot funnier to watch with my girlfriend, who is a chef, and she's seen things like this happen before.
You have to break down animals.
You got to break down animals, and she's just like, oh yeah, this is what happens.
Well, somebody was
They
going to
didn't
do it
right,
eventually.
but yeah.
I mean, it was in the freezer. Now, does your girl know, conceivably, could she figure out how to break down an emu?
Yes.
Bigger
absolutely.
chicken.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. It's a bigger chicken, so yes, I think she could.
Well, that's what I mean. It's got the same parts, right?
that true?
Ideally,
Well, I don't
probably
know.
have a couple little
Mostly,
pieces of
yeah.
breast meat, and I don't know how good their wings are. Huge.
big.
But emus can run fast.
Yes.
So you'd probably have to either get in front of it, try to kind of sideswipe it, right?
You bob and weave.
Yeah, or you'd have to, right. And when he runs past you, then you try to stab it. Or you'd shoot it from a distance, I imagine.
In the chest, probably.
In the chest,
Well,
wow.
its head's
Center
too
mass?
small. Unless
you're-
you're a great marksman.
If you're a great marks person, Mary,
marks person.
you'd get it right in the neck. Yeah, you get it right in the neck.
The
is what-
gullet.
Uh-huh. In the gullet.
Yeah.
There you go.
Deep throating sounds.
Is a murdered emu. Yeah.
Gagging deep throat sounds.
Dude, you might be able to shoot its neck off. If you shot an emu in the neck, how big around are their necks, you think? A couple inches?
Probably.
Oh, they're that big? Really?
I think, yeah. I think they probably have a little. I don't think it's like a giraffe,
Like
but
a 6-inch diameter.
I don't think it's like a toothpick either. It's got to hold that head up.
I was thinking they were like a 50-cent piece.
50-cent piece.
And I'm like, you could shoot that emu's neck off for sure.
It can run really fast because it has that straw-like neck.
Yeah.
That's the best part of the emu.
That's what keeps it light.
Right. Now, for you, those of you Googling the information, of course, don't confuse that bird with matriculating at Eastern Michigan University.
Mm-mm.
Because, boy, that is an embarrassment you won't soon come back from. So, yes, flightless birds, but they can run like the wind. And frankly, I bet if any animal is starving, they'll chow down on a mouse. You dangle a juicy mouse in front of them, and they'll go, "Oh man, it looks good." Normally, it's not something I'd eat. Same with me.
Yeah.
You know, people say that I'm pretentious about food. I'm not. I just know what I like and what I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were in a bad way, and somebody goes, "Hey, all I got's a stick of butter," I'd vomit my way through that. What am I going to do? Huh?
Oh, so I looked up an emu, and then they showed me, like, do you want to see an emu in full
they
size?
give you naked emu pictures.
Well, they give you
Yeah.
like a 3D emu that will show up on your phone.
3D emu.
Yeah, like, and it keeps walking by. There it is.
Ew, stop. I don't like it.
What's going on? I can't
Gotta
see.
Google it.
Yeah, if you Google emu, how do I get out of this now?
It just takes over your phone. It's
Yeah,
spyware,
basically.
dude.
Yeah.
Alan, there was a place in Parma where somebody stabbed petting zoo animals on Halloween night.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Don't you dare.
We had Bob Saget come and do an hour when I was in college, and he was filthy. It was wonderful. Yeah, but that's when you could go. We've all done college gigs.
They know who Bob Saget is when they're booking him.
Well, also, he was in person. Like,
Yeah.
if you had been able to go and do the show.
You're
that
not
would-
allowed to say any of that.
Say what?
Like, you're not allowed to be dirty.
Now you're not.
Right.
Then you could.
Oh, okay, I get what
But
you're
also depending on who the performance is. Like John Mulaney, I saw at Kent, and it was like open to the public, but also like a student show.
Oh, okay.
And you also don't really have to worry about Mulaney.
No, you do. I mean, he swears. Everybody thinks Mulaney's clean.
Well, no. I mean,
swears
swears.
a lot.
Content material is clean.
That's what I'm saying. Swearing's different than like filthy material. Like Saget's
Saget is
filthy.
disgusting, yeah.
So all
Right,
these
but
people who
again-
thought they were getting Danny Tanner, you're like, oh my god,
He was talking about sex and stuff too, though. Like, I mean,
sex.
Yeah.
P and the V, that type of stuff.
Ooh.
All right, where'd this emu go?
How dare you?
There it is. All right, now I can take a picture of it by Mary. Got it.
I'm not making a good face in that picture. My mouth is open. And it's like a really, really hard one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on.
Alan, chickens chase, catch, and eat mice all the time.
Okay.
They're like little dinosaurs.
And if an emu is a big chicken, that mice idea checks out.
And poor Poundcake.
So
you
maybe-
know, his teacher that didn't believe in dinosaurs.
Maybe he just underestimated the amount of mice that they would need. Because he
Okay,
said
what
3
about
mice.
a rat? That's like a big mouse.
I bet it would be difficult in general to accurately estimate the number of mice you would eat.
A human?
Or need, rather, for any group of animals. You're always going to be a little over or under. You go, I didn't think that animal was going to eat so many mice. Hey, save some for the other guy. It'd be it'd be a special talent to really nail the exact number of mice that you'd need for a barnyard full of animals.
Where are you going to get them all?
You know, I was thinking about, emu are also these kinds of birds, ostriches too. You know, when we were house sitting for this summer when I was 16 years old, before these people left, they were friends of my dad, and they paid my brother and I $1,000 each for the summer to house sit for them and feed these animals. They were going on some cruise for 30 days. And so we would take care of these animals in the daytime, and we would stay there every night to watch the house or whatever. Make sure no shenanigans were going on, because it was really kind of set back in this wooded area.
But you were the ones doing the shenanigans. If
We
I
were
remember
doing a couple of
correctly.
shenanigans. I got my girlfriend at the time to come up to the house and lay on the bed with me.
Shagnanigans.
We weren't to that point yet, but, definitely
dry shagnanigans.
some hand stuff.
Hand-nanigans.
Hand-nanigans were going on. And they told us, because they had a sheet for us that we had to refer to the first few days, but then you got the rhythm of it. But they were like, do not get behind the ostrich. Don't approach the animal too quickly, or because they would kick, break a bone, something, right? They're like, if this thing kicks you,
you're done.
You're done. Same with an emu. So why no one has ever taken the Air Bud template and made movies of these animals on soccer teams is beyond me.
I was thinking Karate Kid,
Sure, there you go.
but with the birds.
Karate Kid with ostriches and emu.
Yes. Except they don't have shoulders, so can they wax on, wax off?
I don't know anything about
wings?
that. I don't know. There was some waxing off going on while I was babysitting that house, too.
Your
House
hand-nanigans.
Yeah, there were different kinds of hand-nanigans going on. Yep, when the girlfriend told me she was coming out and then bailed at the last minute.
Oh, no.
Some waxing on and off.
High and dry. The old blue balls.
It wasn't even that, because we weren't doing P and the V.
Yeah.
We were still a little young and innocent. I mean, I was 16. That doesn't sound
but
young.
you still want to complete.
I hadn't done anything yet. I was
Nah.
trying to be a gentleman, so I wasn't pushing.
Good for you.
We never
He
did
had the
end
same
up.
rule. He wouldn't approach her from behind because he's a gentleman.
No fast movements around her, you know?
That's right. I treated her like my very own ostrich. Wanted to see how many mice she could consume. Turned out her number was 0. But no, I was trying to be a nice guy. I was trying to be a gentleman. I was still very steeped in my
Catholicism?
religious upbringing, so I didn't want to be that guy. But boy, was I horny.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, we've got this house to ourselves, essentially, for the summer. I was 16. My brother was 15.
That's crazy that these people left a 15 and 16-year-old in charge of their house
And animals.
with livestock.
Well, it was like a mile from our house. So my parents were around, and they were friends of my parents.
It's still like, I don't know. I know how 15 and 16-year-olds are, And I guess you guys were overall pretty responsible, but it's still and
Yeah,
you're
we
getting paid
were.
and stuff like that. But man, I don't know if I would.
We were not
do
like
that.
hard partying teenagers. I mean, you know, at least not there. You're in their house.
Right.
And it smelled of old people and animals. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't a place we wanted to hang out and have parties in. Broke a couple of windows, but blamed that on some neighborhood toughs.
The townies?
Huh?
Townie punks came and broke the windows.
We told them that some townie punks came by and broke some of the windows. That when in reality, we were trying to throw apples from the trees over the house.
Yes.
And
that's what it was.
Missed and hit one of the windows, and then had to tell my dad.
God, I
Who
hate
we
that
never
feeling.
did fess up to. I should call my dad now and go, "Hey, do you remember when we were looking at the Snoy's house back in 1987?" And my dad would go, "Yeah, I think that sounds familiar." Okay, well, that was us who broke the window. And he'd go, "You know, they're all dead now, right? Like, he and his wife are dead. The animals are all surely dead. I think the people who I don't even know if that house is still there. So I think you're probably okay." But they were like those crab apples.
Get it off your chest, though.
Tiny apples. I would get it off my chest, except I've done so many more horrible things in my life since then. You know. And if they don't remember that time, what am I going to say? Am I going to go and knock on the new owner's door? Hey, listen, I got to tell you something. 30 years ago, I broke that upstairs bedroom window, threw a crab apple over the house, and it landed in the front pane, and I blamed it on some non-existent toughs.
And then they'll be like, you know what?
Toughs.
That room has been drafty to this day, and then adult Alan can say, well, if you need new windows, you know where to go.
They're not going to have them sent to
Playing the
Illinois.
long game.
I know,
Right.
long game. Yeah, I know.
You knew what was going to happen.
And there's nothing tougher than throwing crab apples.
It is a tough thing
When
to
it
do.
comes to gangs, many of their initiations have to do with throwing crab apples.
Well, I didn't get too. Listen, your lie can get bogged down with details, especially when you're a kid. Your inclination is to pad your order with all kinds of information, right?
All the
Because
details,
you think
yeah.
it's going to make it more believable. But we all know the more you throw in there, the more that they can ask you about or refute. So you keep it clean, you keep it simple. That's advice that will serve you well into adulthood.
So you didn't even mention the crab apples.
No, I said some toughs came by.
Did you use the word toughs?
Of course. Of course. This is the city of Chicago. They knew what was going on. My parents go, oh, okay.
Oh, I know the toughs.
Oh, the toughs.
The toughs have been a problem around here for a long time.
Well, listen, the house was a little out of the way, so I didn't feel comfortable getting any more specific than that. I could have easily thrown my parents vice lords, gangster disciples. I could have done that, you know, your prominent gangs of the day. But I wasn't going to do that because I don't mess with it. So I just told my parents, too specific.
Traceable.
And frankly, I didn't want to get on the bad side. I didn't want word to get back to Latin Kings that some punk kid was fingering them for a crab apple debacle.
Come on, man.
So that whole thing, but maybe now that I've thought about it, I will contact my parents and tell them.
I got to tell you something, guys.
Yeah. All right, let me take a break. And if you want to get a text in, 35192 to do that. You can join us on the phone if you like, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. 1007. To get in with us, 800-348-1007. 35192. Send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch it there. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, on the app from outside the great state of Ohio, tell me where. Joel is a new bureau chief in Minneapolis. Todd listens in Phoenix. Wendy is in Covina, California. Mike is in Broomfield, Colorado. Jesse is in Castle Rock, Colorado. So thanks. But they have dropped some news that the Big Ten officially erased the 6-game requirement to be eligible for this year's conference championship game.
Oh, that's nice. So then Ohio State can play in it, and everybody gets to shut up.
Right. Right. Hey, it's a weird year, right? So they're going to bend a couple of rules. It will change some things.
Well, they also know that Ohio State's their biggest moneymaker, so you want them in that game because then people are going to tune into the game.
Right, and you also don't want to have to deal with all those people whining and crying.
And you want the money.
And the money.
And the money.
So next week in Indianapolis, Ohio State against my alma mater, Northwestern University. It's the Clash of the Titans. Northwestern, which usually blows, first in the West, where Ohio State is first in the East. So there you go. So that will happen in Indianapolis next week. Yeah, Northwest, they're always been off and on, but boy, did they stink until like the year after I graduated. Then they started getting good. Some years they're more of a contender than others, but you usually don't see them in front of Iowa and Wisconsin and Nebraska. So Ohio State, Northwestern in Indianapolis because they changed the rules.
It's going to be a pretty close game, I bet.
Pretty close. Close game. Well, Northwestern's 5-1. Ohio State remains unbeaten. 5-0. Monday, by the way, Cavs preseason basketball begins here on WMMS. Saturday night against the Indiana Pacers. The Pacers of Indiana roll into town to play the Cavaliers at the Robo-Fijo. And you'll hear it here on MMS. We will roll a bit early on Monday because the pregame there will begin at 5:30 and then the tip-off at 6. Cavaliers v. Pacers. Here on MMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. Cuyahoga County Library, congratulations to them. Once again ranked the #1 library system in the nation.
Library.
The #1 library system in the nation. You should call your bar the Cuyahoga County Libations. No? No good?
Nah.
You don't like that? Not at all?
Maybe if I open
Nothing?
a real bar sometime, that would be it. But I think I'm going to go with the Bill Stillery.
You're going to go with Bill Stillery?
Yeah,
See, I think that's kind of clunky.
Bill Stillery?
Yeah.
I like it.
Scores and pours, man.
It's your thing. You should do what you want to with it.
And I am.
You know me. I would like something a bit more pretentious.
Yeah, I know. Alan's wine bar.
Wine bar.
Corks and cocks.
I don't. Alan Corks, right over here.
Alan Corks, there it is.
I don't drink wine.
I know, but
cork
it's still...
catcher. Listen.
Right. So, listen, Cleveland Public Library, conversely, just bought a bunch of tasers for the people who work there. I'm not sure if that's what they were thinking, the people who work there, when they were stressing over security measures, was tasers. But okay, anyway, Cuyahoga County Library.
Helps you read faster.
If you avail yourself of their services for the 11th year in a row. No, these guys are the Ohio State of libraries.
Yeah.
The Library Journal's annual Index of Public Library Service Listings has got the Cuyahoga County Public Library. I guess I didn't even, listen, I like libraries as much as the next guy, but I got to tell you, I didn't even think about if libraries were open. right now.
Well,
you
my
can still go.
sister-
You can still go to the library.
There's nobody in there anyway.
Well,
It's
I
not
think-
like they have big crowds of people that they have to worry about keeping apart.
Well,
You know
no,
what
I'm
I
just
mean?
saying, like, there's a lot of places that are big, but indoors, but they're not letting people in them.
They have a reservation system. I think what my sister has been doing is, people reserve books. They can go and get them.
Online, you reserve them.
Online, you reserve them. They can go and pick them up.
I was gonna say that's pretentious.
Like walking,
Could I get that computer over there? Hi.
2 for fiction.
Computer. Yeah.
But they make online reservations. They come and pick up the stuff. But I don't think her library's actually been like open again. Now she works in Rocky River, so I don't know if it's not part of the Cuyahoga County Library chain, but it's its own thing.
I know that my wife will reserve books online, but again, I wasn't aware. And we used to live right by the Ohio City branch of the.
When you started reading, didn't you come up with the idea of libraries?
No,
God, there should be a place where people can rent books.
Well,
Why has no one thought of that?
I bought the books, and then I was like, why did they give me a receipt? And I was like, oh my God, I could just read them and then return them and get my money back. Like, why aren't people doing this? And my sister was like, oh, you mean like a library? I was like, it's probably like a library. That makes more
Something
sense.
we've had in every school we've ever been to as small children. Right.
I thought I was so smart.
Do you guys have If4 available in reference materials by any chance?
I had a reservation.
Hi, we are overbooked with a view.
We are overbooked.
Overbooked. Mm-hmm. Do you guys still have newspapers on those long rods? I would like a couple of those. It's like a literary churrascaria in here with that. So anyway, congratulations to them. Hello, who's this?
Hey, what's up? It's Georgie Porgy.
Oh, what's going on?
Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Back to the library, I'm a big fan. In Cuyahoga County now, they've shut down all the libraries, so you have to pull up like a drive-through, order things, pick them up, and then they just come and put them in your trunk. And then when you want to drop them off, they won't even take them out of your trunk. You have to go put them in the drop. But what you should do is open up Bookbuster, and then you can just rent them and rent the DVDs. We'll start it all over again like the 80s.
Rent them and... Yeah, right. Everything old is new again.
Bringing it back.
Right?
Right, so they put
Just
them
like
right...
disco.
They put them right in your trunk.
Yeah, you have to pop your tree. You have to call ahead, and then you have to pull up, and then you have to pop your trunk, and they'll walk out and put them in your trunk and shut it. But they won't take the bag of books and DVDs out of my trunk to take them back.
Yeah, right.
They make you put them in the drop.
It's scary, but I don't know what's scarier. They're coming to my car anyways, and they're opening and touching everything, so it's the same thing, isn't it?
It certainly seems to be, but I get where they're coming from. They don't want to be going to and from. They just want to go to. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, no, it's funny because last time I was at the book drop, and I just told the girl, I go, yeah, it's the black Nissan Altima right over there with the trunk popped.
Right. I wonder, thank you, Georgie Porgy. I wonder if this has cut into, like those little, people have those tiny little lending libraries in their front yard.
Those are the cutest things.
Leave a book, take a book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody right up the street from me has one of those.
There's one right across from my apartment.
There's one near our friend Mike Beater's house. There's one near where we used to live. What I like to do is take every book that's in there, but not put a book in there.
What do you replace it with?
Nothing.
Nothing.
That's just stealing, Alan. That's just stealing.
I have a...
Can't you take all the books that once you're finished reading them and put them in there?
I do. I leave a note that says, I've taken all your books.
If you want to ever see
Catch
them
me
again.
if you can.
No, I signed my name.
Oh.
My address, phone number,
All
email.
of it.
Yeah, Social Security, driver's license number.
You'll recognize my house. There's garbage in the front because of the lazy garbage.
Yeah,
man.
I've got a garbage lending library in my front yard there. Take a bag, leave a bag is the way that my garbage man deals with it. Last couple of weeks.
Take a bag, leave a bag.
Yeah, that's right. I think these guys trolling me. He's dropping his own garbage in my street. He's like, nobody will know.
It's not even the same type of garbage bag you use. You're like,
Yeah.
don't use the black ones. I use the...
These are a series. These are a series of stapled brown paper lunch bags. What is he doing?
They have my name
He's putting so much work into it. He's even got a napkin with his name signed and a little heart attached. No, last couple of weeks, Now, I don't know if it's coincidental or maybe the powers that be heard me lamenting the state of my garbage pickup. The last couple of weeks have been pretty good. Yesterday was garbage day. I didn't have to chase anything down the street. I was very happy about that. So maybe my use of my public platform rendered some positive results.
Changing lives.
I don't like to... You know me. You know me. Whether you listen or whether you're in the room with me, you know me. I don't like to get on my soapbox. I don't like to do that. I don't like to be overbearing in my considerations. But when it comes to garbage, when it comes to the debris that I'm ejecting from my home, when it comes to the detritus of my world, I expect it to be picked up by professionals.
I was like, is that it? Just
I'm not driving it somewhere. There's a service, to the best of my knowledge, that comes and picks it up.
Now, do you think that the garbage being just hastily strewed about your property could be karma from stealing all those books from the children?
No.
No?
Do you think it's
First of all, that's not what karma
breaking
is.
Those,
huh?
Well,
It is.
Modernized karma.
Westernized
karma.
There you go.
All right,
Evolved karma.
It's probably for blaming those street toughs that probably ended up getting caught and put in jail for a long time.
Listen, if it wasn't me, it would have been somebody. If it wasn't me, it would have been somebody else. I didn't just make them up out of thin air. Those toughs would have gotten themselves in some kind of legitimate trouble.
I don't think
I just made them up. I wasn't saying, hey, Jim Francis came by with his buddies and threw an apple through the window.
Yeah, but what if they caught somebody doing something? And they're like, I bet these are also the street toughs that broke those windows over there at the ostrich farm. Let's throw the book at them.
Well, also, if they had found these guys with like apple cores in their pockets or seeds on their pants or something, you could have made it'd be a pretty open and shut case. To your question, I don't take all the books from the Little Yard Lending Library.
You said you did.
I know I said I did.
No, so you're a liar now.
I was telling a little story. Therefore, how do you know what to believe that I did?
Oh, dum dum dum.
I bet you like ranch and eggs. Or not eggs.
Eggs. Together.
Ranch and eggs.
I'm mixing up my people that don't like certain foods.
I do like eggs.
My girlfriend does not like eggs.
You know what,
I don't like ranch.
A hard-boiled egg on a salad with ranch as the dressing, that's a ranch and egg combo that I'm into.
My wife made chicken salad last night, and it was phenomenal.
Chicken salad's so good.
Pears, apples, bacon.
Bacon,
so
wait,
good.
bacon mixed into the salad or just on the sandwich?
Mixed in.
Wait, okay. I was thinking chicken salad like egg salad.
Were there any grapes in it?
No grapes.
He's thinking a chicken salad.
Yeah. No, like a chicken salad sandwich.
Oh,
yeah.
And you should put bacon into it?
Not a chicken salad. Chicken salad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little bacon bits in there.
Now,
huh?
I didn't have it on bread. I ate it out of the bowl, but it was delicious.
With no utensils.
Now, I don't, just a hand. Just the hand I stole those books with. Chopsticks. Piece of apple for me, piece of bacon for me. I eat it per ingredient. No, I don't mind grapes, though. If they're in there, I won't balk at a grape.
I like grapes in chicken salad.
She didn't make it too mayo-y because she knows where I stand on that. But boy, was it good. And thereby, that's your real indicator of if somebody loves you, because she sacrificed her own love of mayo in that instance, chicken salad.
She likes it more mayo-y than you do?
She likes it more. Well, I don't like mayo at all.
You can always add more, but you can't take it away. So if she wants more, she could put a little extra dab.
And she may have.
Yeah.
She may have in her own, but she didn't make it with that and then just say,
Miracle Whip.
Like it or lump it.
Did she use actual mayo or Miracle Whip?
I think she used mayonnaise. And you ate it. Well, I ate it because she made it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, you've heard that thing before, like everything tastes better when somebody else makes it for you. I'm like, that's patently false. That's like a fun thing to say to a kid, but that's not true at all. Like, food that's made for you tastes better. It's like, I get what you're doing. Like, oh, it's made out of love.
Yeah.
But it's like some people don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I don't want to eat your food.
I disagree just based on who I'm dating right now.
You're dating a chef.
Yes, when
It's a
she
little
makes
different.
it, it's a lot better. Yeah.
Well, most people aren't dating chefs.
Two untrained people in the kitchen.
Right. And also, that doesn't imply that she knows how to make everything. I've known chefs who you get them on the right dish, they don't know what they're doing. And you got to hope they never make it for you because they got to go, oh, it's really good. You know, you don't want to.
I'm not trying to challenge her. I'm not.
You should be, Bill. If she's a professional, she's going to want to be challenged.
But that's not my job to challenge her. She just goes, "Hey, I'm going to make something. Do you want some?" I assume she knows what she's doing. And she does.
Answer me
So
this
far.
though. Answer me this though. Has she made something and you go, not as good as I thought it was going to be?
She made something that was way more more of a vinegar flavor than I wanted. So yeah, there's been times where like she just made something that I was like, I mean, it was still good, but it was like, a little too much. You went a little too much in this direction.
Gotcha.
And she's made things too spicy before too.
You don't like her vinegar and hot sauce soup?
It's just I didn't say I didn't like it.
Now who's pretentious?
Vinegar and hot sauce soup. I think it needs more broth. I'm sorry, pho.
That's what we had for lunch today. It was amazing.
Delicious. Oh, it's so good, broth. Oh my pho. Oh, whoever thought to put vegetables and meat in broth? Oh, changed my life.
It's fresh and it's good.
Please.
And the banh mi.
Well, banh mi's good.
Yeah.
Because whoever thought to come up with a sandwich?
You dip that in the broth.
Like a French dip? Like a Thai dip?
Yeah.
Wow.
Vietnamese dip.
Yeah, okay. I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can hit us up there. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
And now, 80 minutes worth of rock, commercial free, in
against the Pacers downtown. And then 1 week from today is going to be our last live show for 2020. Joe Exotic is appealing to Kim Kardashian to try to get a pardon on his behalf.
You might not need to.
Joe Exotic, how come?
Because Trump's already considering it.
Well, yeah, they said Trump's basically giving a pardon to anything that moves. But I didn't know.
I might vote for him again.
I didn't know if Joe Exotic was on his radar. I mean, I know that's the name because it's a pop culture person, but, you know, Trump basically, if you're not going to do anything for him, he doesn't care. But he's hoping, Joe Exotic is appealing to Kim Kardashian, who has, I guess, been pretty instrumental in getting some other people sprung. He wrote her a
bitch
big...
Kim Kardashian.
What's that?
He always says that bitch Carol Baskin. That bitch Kim Kardashian.
I wonder what the guy looks like now, though, because he's not going to have that bleach blonde mullet, and he's not going to have
COVID.
Huh?
And he had COVID.
Oh, did he?
He still has that mullet. It's just gonna be grown out, so he's gonna have like roots.
Yeah, maybe so.
I wonder if he still has his boyfriend.
He's got like 9 husbands.
Not anymore.
A couple of them keep dying, right? Not keep dying.
Well, they were all drug addicts.
One of them shot himself.
Well, one got clean, he got his new teeth, and he got a wife.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
His latest twink.
He was just gay for the stay with Joe Exotic.
His latest twink is like holding him down while he's in prison. I was like, I can't even get a man to like stay around long enough for me to delete Grindr.
Yeah, but your standards are a little bit higher than Joe Exotic's.
Also, why don't you?
They were all cute.
Why don't you just get arrested then? Why don't you just get thrown in the pen? I mean, we got all this. Women got no problem writing to guys in prison. It's probably the same for the guys.
But they're cute. But they're on drugs.
They're like methy
they're cute.
Yeah.
So you would be okay having a guy that's on drugs as long as he's cute.
I had one.
You had one?
Not a boyfriend. But yeah, I wasn't giving him the drugs. Well, I guess he was an alcoholic. He wasn't a drug addict.
Still a drug. Right, Mary?
Yes.
He was Boomerang Bud, I used to call him.
Bud or butt?
Butt. Boomerang Butt.
Because he always came back?
Yeah.
Oh, so not about the shape, just that he would come back.
No, the butt would come back.
Yeah. Well, Joe Exotic wrote a big, long letter. I bet that's a good read. To Kim Kardashian asking if she could help him score a pardon from the Trump.
Wasting his resources.
What's that?
Wasting Kim Kardashian's resources.
What resources? She's just trying to get. She's like studying for this law degree. She's trying to make
I understand, but she's
trying to make her
successful.
right. I'm just saying she's trying to make. This is a good time to hit her up because she's looking for cases. She's looking for people
more than him.
Like who?
I don't know. There's people that are falsely accused and imprisoned.
Yeah, like
Black
Joe
people.
Exotic, falsely accused.
He was set up, incarcerated. He said, I know you have never met me and may never want to. However, I believe that you hold the values of our justice system dear to your heart. He wrote this to her about a month ago. Please help me by taking 10 minutes out of your life and placing a call to President Trump to look at my 257-page pardon. It's a lot of pardon.
It's all the evidence that I'm innocent. If you need 257 pages, by the way, to express your innocence, and I know that these cases can get pretty complicated. It never sounded like his was, though. But he's got nothing but time. Talk about wasting your resources. He's got nothing but time. Please have Trump
sign.
sign.
State charges, too.
Huh?
He probably has state charges, too.
Yeah, well, whatever. If there's any justice, literally, in the world, the president will end up in the cell right next to him. He said, it's all the evidence I have that I'm innocent. I'd like him to sign my pardon so I can return home to my husband, Dylan, and my father. So Joe Exotic Sr. is still alive.
He wasn't really in the documentary very much. I'd like to have seen some more from Joe Exotic Sr.
Right. And Kim Kardashian, of course, newly 40. She's trying to make sure that she's still in there and making things happen. She's trying to get in there and
Shucking and jiving,
man, doing whatever. She's transitioning herself into a more a do-gooder. I think she's reached the end. She's looking ahead and probably has been for some time, and is like, look, I can't do this forever. I don't want to do this forever. I'm a mom. I got kids. I made a really, really good living.
She's got values
off
too.
of my ass. Mm-hmm. But it's time to transition to the next phase of my life. Kanye's going to need all kinds of free legal advice. In-house counsel, as it were. So we'll see. If you're I think, listen, pop culture-wise, Joe Exotic, he was the mega star of the beginning of the pandemic. But for most people, he's a distant memory. People don't even care about Carole Baskin anymore.
Do you know what must have sucked? There was a point this year where Joe Exotic was in prison, right? And during his 1 hour of rec time a day, he's watching TV, and that bitch Carole Baskin is dancing on television while he's sitting locked up, just looking at it, like cussing her out. That had to be the worst feeling in the world.
I'm in here. She's on television. Getting her ass kicked by the Catfish guy.
That's what they should have done, is they should have put her on the show, but made him one of the judges via Zoom.
Yes.
So like he'd watching
There you
it
go.
and just like rip it apart.
I give her a -5 on her Paso Doble. It sucked. Get out of here, Kim. Please.
It's your birthday. We're gonna party like it's your birthday. We're gonna sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give a fudge that it's your birthday.
Yeah, there you go.
Dancing with the Stars heard that and was like, she probably has rhythm.
I bet she's got really good coordination. Who won this year? But I thought my wife was watching Catfish last night. I go, didn't that dude win Dancing with the Stars?
Nev?
She said, no, he got robbed. Neve Schulman. Yeah, I thought he, maybe he was in the final two. But I thought that he did I thought he won this year's Dancing with the Stars.
That chest hair did not win.
Whose? His?
Yes.
He was a hairy dude.
That's taco meat.
Well, you're not going to shave your chest for a show like that when the dude's got
You
like
should.
5 o'clock shadow 30 seconds after he shaves.
You can wax.
You could do that.
But just own it.
Excessive.
Just
You
enjoy
can't
it.
wear those tight little itty bitty outfits. Like, you're doing the little salsa or whatever.
Yeah, but if you're hairy, you're hairy. I mean, you got to learn to dance. I don't know that the shaving is the aesthetically important part of the whole thing. Maybe for you.
I can't believe that show.
Right now, but I'm not
Unless you're
dancing.
talking about decreasing his wind resistance while he's doing his dances.
Makes me smoother and faster.
That's right.
I can't believe Catfish is still a show.
I'm just as surprised as you are. I'm pretty sure she was watching a new episode, too. I can't believe that if that Max dude is still on there, I can't believe he hasn't moved on to something. And yeah, I think it was a new episode.
That's crazy.
I'm like,
and I mean,
wow, this is still on?
It's still on, and it's just still happening. Like, people are still falling for it, and it's one of those things where I'm just shocked every time because it's the easiest thing to figure out, and the denial they have. And I know they play it up for the TV show, but it's also one of those things where it's happening in real life all the time too, where people are like, "No, this is the real thing right now."
I didn't get Catfish to the point of like thinking I was in love with someone who didn't exist, but I definitely was like texting with a guy who, like, early in my dating app days, I didn't realize that they were like models' pictures that he was using.
Yeah,
And
that was that big rip dude.
Oh, he was so hot. And I was like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. He's beautiful. Like, I can't believe he lives in Maple Heights. And like,
You should know better.
I know.
So what, and how old were you?
This was when I first, so like 4 years ago. So 26.
So
27. I'm 31 now.
what is it about people who think, yeah, that person wants me?
Because I'm very funny, Alan.
He doesn't know that, though.
But we had been texting and messaging. So I was like, And a lot of guys on dating apps, it's a numbers game for them. So they kind of swipe right on everybody.
And clearly you thought that he was funny because you kept going with him.
Well, he was. Conversation was great. And I was
Right,
like,
what I'm saying is that good-looking guy was not going to be that funny.
Again, these are all red flags that I
Okay.
see in hindsight. But
Yeah.
I was like freshly single, just had my heart broken, and I'm like, man, there are beautiful men out there who are going to pay attention to me and have good conversation. And I'm talking to my girlfriend about, I'm like, man, he's pushed back our first date a couple times, and she's been single for a few years. And she was like, send me a picture of him. And she did like a reverse Google image search. And she's like, girl, come on. And then I started to explain everything to her. She's like, yeah, you're 100% getting catfished right now. And then, of course, he ghosted me. Like,
but what if you had just gotten to find out like who the real guy was? Because he was funny. Like, maybe you would have actually liked him.
Yeah, but our relationship was based on lies. I don't care
it
how
started
funny.
off that way, but like, couldn't that be like a real cute thing where he's like, yeah, I was just too nervous to show you the real me. And then he's just like, a fat ginger. And you're like, actually, I'm into it.
What's worse?
You are right up my alley.
What's worse, lying about your like who you are as a person, or you're a person that lies? Like my guy,
Rick Rufus Kroll, he faked his own death.
Live on air.
No. He faked his friend's death.
Right. His friend died in a car crash.
That was the best.
And that's why he had to bail.
Catfish, though. Not catfish. I wasn't that stupid.
See, I told you. Good job.
Well, first of all, you don't know what you were getting.
No, I know who he was. I met him before.
He knew the guy. He just...
I see.
Not to come down here and...
So is it better... to me, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. If you find out it's not the actual person in the picture, that's the same as meeting somebody and them still going, nope, I've got to come up with an elaborate lie to get away from you.
I got to Photoshop a news article.
I'm going to Photoshop a news article. Yeah, I'm going to go deep on this rather than going, it's just not going to work out.
That was one of my favorite days on the show.
See, my guy just stole pictures. That dude went to like lengths.
This guy photoshopped a news article, put names in it, and just
but let me, and this is going to sound naive as often as I've watched Catfish over the years. By the way, the season 8 premiere of Catfish is in January.
There you go.
Last season they shot was 2018, but they shot 40 episodes. So it's still, there have been 2 spin-offs. Catfish Trolls, which was hosted by Charlemagne Tha God, and Ghosted, Love Gone Missing, hosted by some chick from The Bachelorette. But what's the end game when somebody sends you a fake picture?
Well, that's the thing.
Do they think that I'll get her to like my personality so much
they probably want news
that when I reveal it's not me,
I think
that can't ever work out?
No, I think they're just trying to get nudes.
Well, that or they're just so lonely that they just want someone to talk to them. So they don't really care what you think they look like as long as they are communicating with somebody. That was what I thought it was.
But they have to lure you in with the beefcake photo.
Yes.
That's nudes.
And they want nudes.
Is that what it is? Did you send
any
him
nudes?
any nudes?
No. It didn't get that far. We were only texting for like a week or 2.
Because you always make them send it first. And you got to have like a picture... Like that says this
like
is
a
for
newspaper
Mary on it.
Well, I was like, send me. We were like
newspaper.
Yeah, right.
Dewey
Hold up
defeats
today's-
Truman.
Something.
I was on the road and I sent him a picture, not like just like a picture of my face, like nothing salacious or anything like that, from a hotel room. And I was like, okay, now you send me one. And he sent me back like this clearly edited, like the lighting. It was not a nighttime picture.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh, sorry, I just woke up. This is my hair's all crazy. And I'm like, I don't think you took that picture right now. And this is after
That's
I had,
why you
like,
should already have a stable of like day and time appropriate photos.
Yeah, but when you're taking photos from another person,
yeah, he
you
probably
have to
only
kind
has
of
6
deal
or
with
7
Oh, I see.
in general, you know.
You gotta deal with whatever's already on that guy's Instagram.
So he didn't have a big gallery of photos to pull from.
No. This is after I talked to my girlfriend. She's like, you're definitely getting catfish. That guy's not real. And I
So
was like,
elapsed time was what?
maybe like 2 weeks.
Okay.
From when we like matched on the app, and then we talked for a couple days on the app, and then I gave him my number, and then we texted. We're supposed to meet up like before I went out of town, and then he had to cancel, and so I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna be out of town for a few days. Let's get together when I get back. And then when I was out of town is when my girlfriend was like, dude, I think you're getting catfished. And then sure enough, he pushed it back and then just ghosted me.
If you did not have a boyfriend, which you do, in a pandemic year, how likely do you think that you would have been to be even mildly susceptible to that again?
I don't know about catfishing again, because you can kind of tell when someone is taking like professionals' pictures.
So now you would automatically... See, I would think that even when you were talking to this guy before, I would think that you would have immediately Google image searched.
Well, I was fresh out of an engagement, and so I was like
Right, but 4 years...
heartbroken.
I'm
and,
saying
like,
that emotions aside, 4 years ago, technologically is not that far back. I thought by that time people were already, as a matter of course, immediately taking a photo and running it through to see if it was somebody else.
I had never been on dating apps before.
Oh, I see.
Because when I was with my ex, we got together when I was like 22 or 23. So
I
like
see.
Tinder and Bumble and all that weren't very big back then.
So you were new to the whole dating app game.
I was naive and I thought I got a winner. I was like, the first guy? Like this, you know?
She hooked Beefcake right from the jump.
Right.
Oh my God, he must see something in me that.
I remember
thought it
when
was
you
a
sent
super
him to
cute
me,
pic-
I was like, I'll let her figure it out.
Oh, you didn't even tell her.
I didn't want to. She was going through a lot, and I didn't want to be.
It was already so
Yeah.
sad. Like, you know, this is a dark time.
Yeah, you never bring this up when I didn't give you bad news.
That is when you're allowed to knock me down a peg.
All
Hey,
right,
Mara,
well.
I don't think this guy is real.
Yeah, someone else do it for you. I'll let them
Right.
do it.
Wow.
And that's more of a girlfriend situation
Yeah.
where, when the girls can be like, hey, this guy's fake.
But there's like
But I
things.
think I did say something. I'm like,
He was hot. He was like perfect.
I'm like, are you sure?
Yeah.
And
And he lives in Maple Heights.
Yeah.
How has he
That
not
kills
broken out
me.
of this town and
That's
become a model?
Crazy. He like works in IT.
You know those shirtless IT photos that those guys are posting?
But like,
Here's me with a fish.
then you like start to look for the clues like that, where clearly it's like they're all only selfies. Like
Yeah.
they're not in any group pictures with
Right.
anybody.
Right.
Or if it is like a faraway picture, it's like from behind and they're on a mountain or something like that.
Because every other dude is like, here's me and my boys at the bar.
Right,
or whatever.
right,
here's me and a
exactly.
fish.
Yeah.
Right.
None of those.
Hello, who's this?
Ray.
up,
I actually, not much. I actually know Bill and Mary from doing stand-up. I'm a local from around here. And a couple of years ago,
good for you.
it's always fun. But I actually caught some guy using Mary's photos on Facebook or this app called Meet Me to try and catfish people on that app. And immediately texted her and was like, hey, are you on here? And it was a totally different name. I think it was like, I don't know, Tiffany or something. Was like,
I remember that.
I remember it too, yeah.
Marley Sartori.
But yeah, that was you guys were talking about that, and I had to bring that story up because I immediately went to that day of like, oh crap, she's being used to catfish besides also getting catfish.
Listen, law of unintended consequences. As soon as you're on the other side of this Invisalign, your photos are going to get used all the time.
Right.
Man. All right, thank you, Ray. Hello, who's this?
Yeah, hey, Alan, it's Scott.
What's up?
Hey, I was going to apologize to Mary for doing that to her. I was going through some things.
You know what? I thought he knew too much about me.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Anyways, no.
He paid for all those drinks. He catfished you.
It
the
was
whole
very
thing.
personal, the things he brought up.
That's right. Beefcake Scott. That's his alias.
Now we're even. Now, the problem on my end, there's two separate ways it can go with this. I don't want to rehash how I'm an idiot 8 years ago with one girl. That's a whole bigger, darker conversation. But the problem with my current situation is that the girls I talk to are very much real. Unfortunately, they tend to use pictures that may be older when they were maybe younger or maybe thinner. And now they're, older and fatter.
She's
They're
like
likely to say,
a photo of when her first year in hooking, as opposed to her fifth year,
Yeah.
and you age more rapidly too. He's like, "How old is this picture?" She's like 9 months. Oh, that explains a couple things.
Before the baby. So.
You look 15 years older. No. I've only been hooking for 18 months, and that's how long it took.
It's a rough life.
Right. Okay, thank you, Scott.
I need a few things from the grocery. Do things alone now, mostly. Left me heartbroken, not looking for love. Surprise in my eyes when I looked above the checkout counter and I saw her face. My heart stood still, so did time and space. Never thought that I could feel real again, but the look in her eyes said I need a friend. She turned to me, that's when she said it. Looked me dead in the face, asked cash or credit, and I jizzed in my pants. It's perfectly normal, nothing wrong with me, but we're going to need a cleanup on aisle 3.
Alan, I can't believe he lives in Maple Heights should be the name of Mary's autobiography. It's awfully pretentious of Mary to think the first time's gonna stick.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
I was just a wee little sad little girl just looking for love.
Right.
so exciting.
A wee
All the-
sad little girl.
All the wrong places, swiping for love.
Yeah. Swiping for love.
There you go.
Yeah, something. Nicolas Cage, by the way, has got a show premiering on Netflix called The History of Swear Words. Have you seen the trailer for that?
I have not.
January 5th, this drops. He's going to have celebrity guests like Sarah Silverman, Nick Offerman, Jim Jeffries, and some other people, too. A 6-episode series that will explore the origins of curse words. The trailer is him painting, doing a painting, and then it is revealed that it's the P word, Bill. Female genitalia, P word.
It is a thing of great wonder and mystery, quivering with complexity, strength, and resilience. However, also buried within a delicate femininity, and dare I even say, naughtiness.
By the way, Nicolas Cage is sticking with that when Alan had to get himself dyed jet black look, the beard and the hair. He's rocking that.
One way and you see a gentle feline innocence. Look another way and, oh my. Yes, it has the power to stir our souls and intoxicate our minds. Men have died for it. Women have moved in with each other way too soon for it. And to fully...
Anyway, History of Swear Words is going to be on Netflix.
That
why not? Nick
Silly
Cage.
good time.
He'll do anything you ask him to do. He's got debts. All right, I got a break. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox. #1 for podcasting. The iHeartRadio elves are at it again.
Behold!
iHeart Christmas Radio is better than ever. 100% Christmas favorites, commercial free. iHeart Christmas Radio can go anywhere you go with the iHeartRadio app. But this year, listen at home through your smart speakers.
Hello.
Just tell Alexa to play iHeart Christmas Radio on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
iHeartRadio.
Now back to the Alan Cox Show.
They're all coming back.
Ask Alexa. Okay, Google. You can even ask Mary.
Hey. No, what is it?
Whatever smart device you have, just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hi, who's this?
This is Joshua. How you doing?
What's up, man?
Just living the dream. If you want a really good catfish story, I got one for you.
Make it quick.
All right. I had a buddy, Dwayne, really old guy, likes the fake internet girls, you know, the ones that like, oh, hey, I think you're so good looking, da 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 da. He would send them like $400, $500 because they need a quote-unquote plane ticket or bus ticket or something to go come and see him in person. Well, after about 12 of those girls, I thought I have a really good plan. So I became one of those girls.
Scamming Dwayne?
Yeah, his name is Dwayne. My good friend, old guy. He's like 60 plus.
Uh-huh.
And I was that girl. I texted him. I was like, hey, Dwayne, I made a fake profile. I got a couple pictures online. And I was like, hey, Dwayne, how you doing? I am this, et cetera, looking for a good time. But, I live in California. I need this amount of money to come and see you.
Why are you doing the voice?
That's how he was writing it.
After the story.
To sell it. He's got to get into character,
I see.
Alan.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
I mean, if I got to work it, I got to get into
Yeah.
character. So, after about a couple transactions, I was sitting there with about $1,200. I'm just like, all right. So, I go into his house. And I was like, hey, Dwayne, how's it going? Oh, you know, the normal kind of stuff. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So how them girls doing? Oh, yeah, there's this one girl that's going to come see me, and she's got a plane ticket. I sent her the money for it. And I was like, oh. Is her name Joangela? Yeah, how'd you know?
Joangela.
Joangela.
Yeah.
Jamona.
Josamantha.
Here's $1,000. Well, I sent her $1,200. I was like, no, $200's for me.
He took $200 from Dwayne.
Okay, thank you. You're right. He's pulling the wool over old Dwayne's eyes. I believe all of that story, too, as told to me. All right, what do you got coming up, William?
New episode of The Bill Squire Show is available now on the iHeartRadio app. I have my buddy Dave Hill, who's a hilarious comedian on, and he's cleaning up the streets, so you want to check this one out for sure. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Mary Lynn?
You can follow me on Instagram at Mary Santora Comedy, Twitter, Mary_Santora.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and new Poundcake podcast episode tomorrow, as well as a new Poundcake article.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, that's coming tomorrow, Thursday, tomorrow. Okay, this show available on demand anytime. Look for the Alan Cox Show channel on the iHeartRadio app. If you prefer to watch, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. You can leave us a message anytime you like. After hours line is 216-986-8903. If you need Alan Cox Show stickers, if you are in or out of state, shoot me an email, and I'll get those off to you. And that's all. Buzzard Block, straight ahead of you, 6:50. That starts up an hour 20. Commercial free tonight with Jason. That is next. Thank you guys very much for hanging out today. We will reconvene with you tomorrow, right around 2 o'clock, and I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady